I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karspeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Present.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Brody.
Here. Excellent. We have a full board. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for folks in the audience tonight. Forget myself. I speaking of these things. This is a chance for folks in our audience to speak to something that is not on tonight's agenda. And we start out with Sherry Houle. And the two who signed up here, I know you guys have both done this before. If you come to the front, state your name and address, and
Yes.
thank you very much.
I'm Cherry Houle on 1978 Thames Drive, Loveland, representing Berthoud H&S.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, and town staff. My name is Cherry Houle, Executive Director of House of Neighborly Service, and I'm here this evening to offer a brief public comment update on the Berthoud Life Center project. Before I share that, I have to say a huge shout out to the Berthoud community. Thank you for the last weeks of giving donations and food. You are heroes, so you've done a fabulous job supporting those in need. Now for the update. Over the past several months, our leadership team has listened closely to the concerns raised by both community members and this board. In the spirit of collaboration, we have worked with the town to explore adjustments that support a thoughtful path forward. From these conversations, we are making two meaningful concessions. First, we have reduced our footprint in the Life Center by approximately 2,400 square feet. This space will now remain with the town to be shaped and used however the town chooses, whether for a youth space, shared community use, or future needs. This reflects our desire to work together. Second, our board at H&S is willing to explore eliminating the purchase option and moving forward with the lease. We are entering that conversation in good faith. House of Neighborly Service would still be investing approximately $3 to $4 million into improving the town-owned building, representing shared investment and a shared community resource. I also need to speak respectively to the timeline and next steps. If a referendum is filed and the ordinance moves to an April ballot, H&S would need to step back from this project. This would not be out of frustration or protest, but out of prudence and care. Care for the town, care for those we serve, care for our staff, volunteers, and partner organizations. Every week across Berthoud and Loveland, we are supporting families, seniors, and neighbors in real need, and the need continues to grow. Our energy must stay focused on serving people, and we simply cannot afford a prolonged delay at this stage. So I will end with this. No matter the direction this project takes, House of Neighborly Service will continue to show up for Berthoud. We will continue to serve, to support, and walk alongside this community with compassion, dignity, and steadiness, just as we always have for 36 years. Our heart is to unify a town, not divide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
Bridget Guccione?
Good evening again.
Hey.
Bridget Guccione, 810 Berthoud Peak Drive. I'm wanted to address, because I know you're going to be reviewing the Chapter 30 tonight, and that's going to get long, so I have some comments to share with you. Okay, I'm encouraging you not to just rubber stamp it. I know I watched everything when the planning staff presented it
Mayor?
to the
Yes.
Planning Commission.
Attorney Smith?
Point of order. This matter is scheduled for a public hearing on
Okay.
tonight's agenda, and so those comments really need to be part of that public hearing.
Okay.
So respectfully, if you can reserve those comments for the public hearing tonight.
It sounds like they're all pretty specific to that. Ms. Gutiérrez?
Well, I want to share some insight with the community, with the trustees, as you reflect on everything. I've
Sorry,
been.
it's all public hearings, or I'm sorry.
Yeah,
going forward.
this doesn't have to
Okay.
be 30, okay? But I want you to know that I've been discussing a number of things with members in the community, and one of the reasons I wanted to come forward and speak is because the trustees, you have a difficult job. Staff has a difficult job. We look to you as being our advocates. In general, now we feel that you are not our advocates. You are advocates only for outsiders. And that disappoints me. It makes me angry, but more than anything, it makes me sad because it means the system is not working. And I'm a scientist by trade. Okay, so to me, accuracy, truthfulness is paramount. If you start to handle things in decision making where you don't have accuracy, you've lost the game to start with. Right now, based on my discussions with people in the community, we sort of feel that the staff and the trustees have given the keys to the house to somebody that doesn't live here. And that makes us very sad and angry. And for those of you that are old enough to remember that there was a movie called Private Benjamin, I'm going to be watching you, okay? I'm going to do what I can as a citizen in the community, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no one else signed up. We can move on now. Thank you for both of you for speaking up tonight. To consent. Would trustees like anything removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve consent?
Motion to approve the consent items.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right. Consent has been approved. Let's move on now to the 2024 International Building Codes adoption here. Administrator Kirk, should I turn that to you? Oh, we have Community Development Director Ann Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck, members of the Town Board of Trustees. So this evening, we have John Giesek, who is our building official, and we also have Fire Chief Steve Charles with us, as well as Fire Marshal Carrie Dan. And they are going to be presenting these changes. The International Fire Code was adopted by the Fire Board a few months ago, and they are now presenting this forward to you as an informational piece. The fire code and the international codes that the town adopts, they do go together. Town staff and the Berthoud Fire Protection District staff, we do work very closely together. And we wanted to present everything to you in tandem as a unified, holistic approach to these new codes. So I am going to turn the presentation over to John Giesek at this moment in time. He's going to present just an introduction of the 2024 building codes, and I am going to sit down and let the expert do his job.
Thank you.
So right here, this is forward.
Okay, perfect. Good evening.
back.
Thank you. It's good to see everybody. Today, we're introducing the 2024 code adoption. So we have a high-level overview. Kind of go ahead on. So we have a high-level overview just to go over real quick. What we're going to go over, there's certain codes that have no changes. These codes are the electrical code and the gray water code. This code adoption, there's a lot of minor changes, a lot of clarifications, reorganizations of sections. And then there's a couple of major changes we'll kind of touch base on, mainly in the residential code and energy code. And then we have a new code, the Colorado Model Electric and Solar Ready code. On that code, we are already implemented on the solar readiness and the EV readiness, but this adds in the electrification of appliances. So Why update the codes? It's important for us to keep up to date. The ICC brings out codes every 3 years. This helps us keep with industry standards. The impacts are inspections and reviews, and then some impacts to the builders as far as constructions and costs. We have made some amendments to Chapter 11. We do this for jurisdictions, mainly the permit expiration, added some language in there, the CO detection to make that more clear, refund expectations, and some egress window expectations. Also, we adopted some design criteria basically for berthed. Depending on where we sit in the state of Colorado, it's going to be different designs, so we've amended that to reflect that. And then added a requirement for Class 4 shingles to be installed, which we feel is a good thing to move forward with. On the structural and life safety changes, not a lot with an imaginary lot line to separate buildings, some framing changes for guards, updated wind and snow load maps, and then the stair nosing and landing changes. On the mechanic and plumbing side, there's more regulations in there for energy storage systems. So when you put in a battery system, there's some firewall and door requirements to separate those from the rest of the house if you put them inside. Labeling and clarifications for A2L refrigerants, and then some PVC solvent cement, and then they align the energy systems with the IECC. A lot of administrative format changes. R104 clarifies the building official duties, some QR codes, reorganized Chapter 3. So now I have to relearn where everything's at, which was very nice of them. And then they renumbered the appendixes. Cost impacts to the builders. On the 24, I think it's a great thing. It's actually going to reduce costs for the builders, is the anticipation. That's true for this code and the energy code. Key takeaways from the IRC. We're keeping up to code. A couple of reduced costs and then just some clarifications. That's going to be moving forward. On the energy code, our adoption is going to align with the state requirements, and then we're keeping up for more efficient housing and sustainability for the town of Berthoud. Local context, we're just in a zone 5B, and then we always take into consideration the sensitivities of cost and that for the builders and construction community. The 24 has 3 compliance pathways: prescriptive, performance, and energy rated index. A couple of thermal envelope changes. They reduced the ceiling R value from an R60 to an R49. The U factor for windows was increased. The numbers reduced, but that means an increase, so a better window is required. And then slab insulations reduced, so they have come back on some things in the energy code, which I think is good. Mechanical systems and equipment, basically the expanded on a lot of the trade-offs, so you can install a higher efficiency furnace and then get a trade-off for meeting the energy rating index or the performance method. So they've created a lot more areas in there to where you can swap out different design methods to meet the energy code. Again, this is regarding the trade-offs. Builders can choose from various efficiency methods. It just basically gives us a more cost-effective, higher energy-effective home. Some of the key takeaways: the 24 IECC increases flexibility while improving standards. And the construction costs are reduced between $1,000 to $6,000 from what we're seeing, so that's a good deal. The final major code they're going to talk about is the Colorado Model Electrical and Solar Ready Code. We've discussed this a little bit in the previous meetings. Again, we're already enforcing 2 of the requirements. Now we're going to be looking at the electrification for gas appliances, making sure that we have a conduit there or wiring there so people can swap out the gas appliances for electric in the future. This is a state mandated code. This table is just an example of when they're required and basically any residential and commercial. If you go over 10,000 square feet on a commercial building, then there's different requirements. But that's basically they're going to have to provide plans and documentation to us, and then we review that, make sure it meets the state requirements moving forward. And that is quick and easy. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer them. And if I don't have the answer, I'll definitely get back to you on it. So.
Thank you.
And Mayor Karspek and members of the trustees, if I may remind you, we did have an introduction meeting just to give you a work session overview of what these changes were, as well as to put it on the agenda for the public a few months ago. And then the building permit technicians host an event called a B4, which is Berthoud Builder Breakfast Burrito. And we do that 3 times a year. The first one was in April. We just had the 3rd one last week. We had another one in either June, July, or August. And these code changes were discussed starting in April of 2025 with the building community. So we started notifying them about 8 months before these changes were to be rolled out efficiently. So we have been communicating with the building community for about for the last 8 months. They've been aware, they've been made aware, and we will continue to work through these changes. And I just wanted you to be made aware of that.
Thanks, and another note on that is during that builders meeting, we went through the changes, we went through all the amendments to the Berthoud Code, and we had really no questions or concerns. It was a very positive response. They just wanted to know what was going on. So,
All right, trustees, any questions?
I'm definitely not a subject matter expert on this, but
Mayor
Pro
Tim.
Tem maybe.
I will jump in on this. Referencing Appendix CK, which covers kind of the new stuff from the state, are we going to be following that for the foreseeable future, or is that probably a one-off from them?
Yeah, we're mandated to follow it through the state statutes. So they're requiring that we adopt it and then enforce it.
I guess from your understanding, or maybe it's just a sense from the Colorado Energy Office, is this something they're just going to keep doing year after year?
It is. It is something that they're going to keep doing, and they're going to, from what I understand, expand on it.
Okay.
So the next state mandated code is coming up. It's going to be a carbon energy code that's coming out. They already have it out. It's if a town doesn't adopt prior to July 1st, then they have to adopt the carbon energy code as well. So so they're going to be throwing some other stuff out there and trying to push for more energy efficiency and carbon credits and those types of things.
And that would largely explain the removal of the lines from our national electric code?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, and as for maybe a comment on this, 2021 and that suite of codes was pretty ambitious, and at least in my experience and who I've talked to, 2024 seems very non-offending.
Yeah.
Certainly bringing some of the financial costs down is beneficial. Although in some areas I wish it were more ambitious, but I think it makes everyone pretty happy. So.
Yeah, I
That's
like
all
it
I've
when
got.
it goes that direction.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Anything else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do we have anything else?
All right, well, I'll hand it over to the fire department.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you. My name is Stephen Charles, and I'm the fire chief in Berthoud, and I brought the expert along with this. That's Carrie Dan, our fire marshal. And I'll just echo a little bit what Ann said earlier, is the fact that on all subdivision plans that are coming within the district, we end up looking at those for a referral to make sure we have good access, good water, and that it meets the standards that accommodate the fire district and be able to provide the best services we can. In addition to that, with the fire code, I'll just share with you the fact that we adopted it about, 3 or 4 months ago after a full review by our staff. The other thing is that because we serve 3 counties, we go through this process 5 times, one with our board, you folks, Weld County, Boulder County, and Weld County. So right now we're in the process, Larimer County and with Boulder. We're waiting to hear back from Weld County, but I just wanted to let you know that we're here to support the community. We want what's best for the community, and we're looking at the adoption of the fire code from a life safety perspective and a maintenance perspective. So my presentation is very short. I don't have a PowerPoint for you, but I did bring along Carrie that she can answer any questions you have. There are some minor revisions to the code. I'll give you an example. We're requiring AEDs in certain facilities. We think that's a good thing. We're looking at some revision with access on dead-end roads, and there's much more to it than that. But I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, I was just going to ask like the high level stuff. So it sounds like
Sure.
big changes. AED.
The AED it's going to affect a minimal number of occupancies,
Right.
if you will. We're looking at an occupancy of 100 or more.
Okay.
So,
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. Go ahead. You want?
Sure. Again, thanks for having us tonight. I really appreciate it. The codes, as Jonathan said, are updated every 3 years, and so it takes a while to catch up with technology. But like a real big thing for the fire code this year is lithium-ion batteries, and so the manufacturing and the storage, it's finally catching up. Unfortunately, I wish we could have had it in the code 2 or 3 years ago because it would have helped us for some projects. But that is the really big thing. Distilled spirits is another area that the code is finally starting to catch up with distilleries and craft distilleries. And so this is not, I don't feel like we're out in left field by any means. We try any kind of modifications are very common sense. For example, I think we do a really good job of giving direction on addressing for buildings. Like what we don't want is a 60,000 square foot building and a little teeny 4-inch address because it's really difficult to see. So we've amended the code, like the larger the building, the larger the addresses are. It's easier for us to see it. It's easier for other people to see it. Looks better on the building. Just some common sense things like that. Chief Charles also mentioned dead-end roads. Something we're adding is the requirement to have bump outs. So if the road is more than 1,000 feet long, every 660 feet we need just a little bulb. So if we need to turn around or other people need to turn around, then we have that in place as well. I don't think it's anything onerous with the public. I feel really good about it. It helps us maintain safety, keep costs down as much as we can.
Great, thank you. Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
That was too easy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it
Thank
very
you.
much.
Very much. This will be back before us. Okay, next is a public hearing. This is the repeal and Am I getting ahead of myself? You're good? Go ahead. Sorry. Okay. Repeal and reenactment of Chapter 30 of the Bertha Municipal Code. And this is Dr. Johnson again.
All right, Mayor Karsbeck, members of the Town Board of Trustees. So again, we are talking about 3 ordinances this evening. Chapter 30, Mountain Avenue Overlay District and Design Guidelines. This is the second reading, or the first formal reading following the introduction. There are 3 items that you requested staff bring back to you, and I don't know what kind of Midas touch I just had on the screen here. One was that final plats, that the rationale for accepting a final plat be in relationship to the preliminary plat, that was amended. That is in your packets. That's section 30-5, so it's in section 5. 105E, that was stricken. You'll see that in red line format. Then in section 6, the design standards section, the buffer zone was increased from 150 to 300 feet. That you'll see in red line as well, and that is on page 57 of section 6 of that particular section 6. And then in addition, in section 4, here's the zoning section. There was just a point of clarification that we felt that we needed to make on page 17 in the suburban residential standards table. There's a note because there's minimum lot widths, and with some of the new lot sizes, the lot width might not be able to be met, because if we have the narrow lots with those diversity standards, that might not be able to meet that minimum lot width. So we just put a note in there that recognizes meeting the diversity standards may mean that that minimum lot width might not be met. So we went ahead and added that to that page 17. And then Mayor Karspek, you had asked staff to take a look at the dimmers on street lights. And we had about a week between the last meeting and this one. However, Brian Du Bois, who has already started working with Poudre Valley REA, has reached out to Excel, is initiating some of those conversations to determine what does that look like, and how do we have to switch out our light posts? Is it just as simple as putting in a special type of bulb? What does that look like? And so we'd respectfully like to bring that back to you all in 2026, and we can amend that. It might not be a code issue, which is great. It might be more of a policy issue or something in our specs and standards. So we are looking at it and we're taking it seriously, but we listened to you all throughout this past 18 months. We have addressed your concerns, and with that, that concludes staff's presentation on the land use code changes.
Thank you. And yeah, and also I think you mentioned they want to meet with the sheriffs too, right? So that I
Definitely.
totally understand.
Definitely. Yep.
Trustees, questions? I think these, what I remember too, the final plat would be we're getting into reference to the town administrator being able to, or administrative final plat, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
We don't have any questions. I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak to this agenda item? All right, I'll close it, bring it back to the board. All feeling supportive of this? Questions? All right, I'll go down the road, but does anyone want to make a motion to move on this? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
We might have to say the ordinance.
I can go through that. You gonna go through all of them?
Yes.
Let's do that. Yeah, thank you. Move to approve ordinance 1367, an ordinance adopting chapter 30 of the Berthoud Municipal Code.
Is there a second? All right, Mayor Pro Tem has moved. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karspek.
Yes.
I will also move to approve ordinance 1368, an ordinance amending the Town of Berthoud Character District Guide and Design Guidelines.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem has moved on this, and Trustee Hardy has seconded. Sorry, Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karspek.
Yes.
And finally, I move to approve ordinance 1369, an ordinance amending the Town of Berthoud Mountain Avenue Corridor Design and Signage Plan.
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem has moved. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Mayor Karspek.
Yes. Okay. those three are all taken up. The final regular agenda item tonight, and the bulk of it will be the draft 2026 budget presentation and municipal fee schedule. But three of us don't have our monitors working. Do you know anything about that by chance? I'm sure you don't, but maybe you have some kind of quick fix.
Go ahead, Chris.
Is it just power?
Yeah.
Oh, the
All
power
right.
button. Right here. High tech.
Thanks, Chris.
Boom. Okay. Thank you. Good. I'm fixing that. Yes, we have our budget presentation by Administrator Kirk. We won't be obviously moving on the budget tonight, but this is a kind of final and the major presentation, correct?
Yep.
And then as a trustee, I sent out to the trustees and because of the conversation with you, we're both kind of under the impression that we would not be talking parks in detail tonight.
That's not my intention. Obviously, we included funding in the budget for parks, but you won't make that decision tonight or as part of this conversation. You could choose to include funding in the final budget. If you want to direct me not to put funding in there, we can do that as well. I'll go over that tonight as we go, but my intent is that this is not a parks discussion. We will bring to you, likely based on the recommendation from the Port Committee, a design contract to finalize the Richardson Park construction drawings at your next board meeting. That's probably a good idea regardless of whether or not you choose to move forward in that direction. And then how you choose to execute that project, or if you choose to execute that project at all, I think warrants a separate discussion independent of this budget. So while we do have a placeholder in here because I wanted you to see what that would look like if you chose to move forward, we don't think that that discussion is for tonight. And it may not even be for the, I suspect it's not for the 24th either. We could do that on the 9th. And if you chose to include that money in the budget, we would leave it in as part of your approvals on the 9th because there won't be a whole lot else to talk about. Hopefully on the 9th, it'll be a perfunctory decision to approve the budget with or without that. So we could spend the kind of the significant majority of that meeting going through your choices from a park standpoint. And there's also not a real rush to do that from my perspective. I think that's one of those big decisions that warrants plenty of discussion and thought. So we'll leave that kind of for another night, if that makes sense.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I'm not really sure why, from a formatting perspective, there are two logos. It appears that they're on every slide, and they were not on my desktop while we were doing this.
Branding or something.
That is definitely not part of our new branding, so that's just a weird... Yeah, that's a weird deal. I'm not sure how that ended up that way. We're just going to pretend like there's only one logo there. Hopefully that won't be too distracting. Like I said, it doesn't even show that on my computer at my desk, so that is very strange. So just as a reminder, our budget calendar, we typically do our mid-year budget adjustment in August, and that's because our revenues, specifically with sales tax in particular, are a couple months behind. So by the time we finish kind of mid-year and at the end of June, it takes a couple of months to update all the beginning balances and make any adjustments for the current fiscal year. We do that in August, and as soon as we're done with that, we start the next fiscal year's annual budget. Our annual fiscal year budget starts January 1 and ends December 31, as you know. The draft budget was presented to you on October 14th. It was pretty limited, just a handful of kind of carryovers and some increases in expense. We hadn't really done a lot of revenue forecasting or building permit forecasting. We were still waiting on budget meetings with staff. So that budget that you saw on the 14th is relatively raw, is probably the best way to describe that. Tonight, you'll see what I think represents a relatively close to final budget. There are a couple of things that I think we're still working on. We will bring to you on the 9th based on our conversation tonight if you want to do that. And then budget review and adoption we would hope to do on the 9th as part of that board meeting. We'd schedule a public hearing to do that. And we do have our incredible finance director, Cindy Leach, here. So if you guys want to dive into those details in a way that I cannot answer, she's here to mostly set me straight, which she's great at doing. But she is here as well as some of our department leadership who may be able to answer some additional questions. So Just a quick review of budget basics. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Most of you have heard this already, and this was included in your packet in the board memo as well. But we budget using fund accounting, and that is primarily for transparency and accountability. We don't care so much about profit and loss like the private sector does. And what that does is it segregates different revenues into different accounts that are restricted for legal purposes to very specific uses. And so our goal is to demonstrate both that we're collecting those funds for the purposes they were intended for and that we're spending them on the things that we were supposed to. That the number there is our GL code or general ledger code. As an example, the first 2 digits in all these line items that you see in the budget, that's the fund number. Then we have a department number if that fund is split into multiple departments, like the general fund has several different departments all within the same fund. And then that last is our account number or kind of the line item number. We have 3 primary fund types. We have general funds, enterprise funds, and special revenue funds. So general funds are much more broad. They are for general municipal services, and they are typically not accounted for in other fund types, although we do have some special revenue funds that can be spent on the same kinds of things that we would spend general funds on. And we'll talk a little bit more about how the general fund is structured, because that's a big part of what we do. But for example, that's our streets department, parks, maintenance, public safety, community development, and all the things you see on that list and that were included in your packet as well. The enterprise funds are more business type activities. So we charge a fee for a service and we use the fees that we collect to pay for that service. So those do run a little bit more like a business. That's our utility funds. And then we have special revenue funds. Those are typically approved by voters or by the town board and other voter bases for a broader fund like Laramie County Open Space Tax. But our open space fund, our 1% sales tax fund, and our retail marijuana funds, those are good examples of special revenue funds. Those are typically very heavily restricted. So there may be a set of uses that were allowed as part of the ballot language that approved those funds. So for instance, the 2019 1% fund, the language is very specific and is for parks, trails, open space, and recreation amenities and their operation. That's it. We cannot spend the 2019 1% funds on, a building for general town use. Like we couldn't spend it on town hall, or we couldn't use it to repave a road. Those funds are restricted to the uses approved by the voters. As we prepare the budget, we look at just really 3 things. First, we look at funding the continuation of the services that we already provide at least the levels that we already provide. Then we look at funding expansion of those services because of growth or other issues. So we may have some regulatory compliance things that might change how we operate and might generate some additional cost to the town in order to do those things. But in general, most of funding our expansion of services is related to the growth of the community. And then the last would be just funding other priorities that get outlined in the budget or by the town board. Shouldn't be a shock to anyone, but a good chunk of what we do, excuse me, that was weird. Did you see the logo change after I changed the slide? I'm really confused about this logo thing, so... Oh, thank you, Christian.
One's in the template and one's in the data.
I was like, wow, that was impressive. Like, things are happening I don't even understand. The really significant residential growth that we saw, starting really in 2017 and continuing through 2021 has obviously slowed, driven largely by broader market forces, right? Interest rates and other things have slowed down building. Building does generate revenue for the town, but we don't typically rely on that. We try not to rely on that building revenue as operational funds because it's highly, it fluctuates significantly year to year. As you can see, our permit numbers have held steady in 2022, 2023, 2024. It's been relatively similar. In 2025, the residential permit numbers dropped significantly. We have had other commercial permit numbers, and actually our revenues, because we budget those potential revenues from building, we budget them very conservatively. I think we'll still end up generally in line with what we were hoping anyway. So even though building is down from a revenue perspective, we're okay. We are planning fewer residential permits in 2026. Now, obviously, there could be some broader economic changes. Again, continued reduction in interest rates. We do have several developments that are kind of coming online, so to speak, infrastructure that's built. And so, that could change, but we think it makes sense to continue to budget very conservatively for 2026 on the residential side. And while we, the way that we calculate this revenue in the budget, and I've talked about this in previous years, but we basically budget permit revenue based on single family equivalents. So while that doesn't necessarily mean we would expect 175 single family residences, it just means that we would expect the equivalent in terms of total permit fees for 175 single family equivalents. So we do break commercial fees down into SFEs or single family equivalents. And the same is true with multifamily and other development types. So again, it's a pretty conservative way to budget that revenue, and we'd rather collect it first and then talk about spending it in 2027 after it's collected rather than try to plan for that this year. Any questions just generally about how those things are structured yet before I move on?
When you sent us the spreadsheet, are you going to get into that at all? Just a question.
I'm not planning to go line by line through that spreadsheet, but I'm happy to address any of those line items.
Who built that?
Cindy did.
Cindy
Leach, our awesome finance director.
Just amazing job. I just have to give you huge kudos. Your detail. I'm just so impressed with everything that's called out of the detail, and so I just fantastic job on that spreadsheet and how complex it is, and looks like you addressed everything. So thank you.
Cindy is very detail oriented, and she keeps us all in check, and that's why we're in such a good financial position as a community. So big kudos to her and her team in the finance department.
Yeah, great job.
From a general fund revenue perspective, there are a long list of general fund revenue sources. So while other funds have a much smaller list of revenue sources, the general fund comes from kind of a broad range of places. Taxes make up the most of it. Building and planning fees is a big chunk. And then there's a variety of other places we get funding, some through the state, some through charges for service, like how we charge fees to participate in our recreation activities. Some of the revenue we receive is through leases, commercial leases that we have, like here at Town Hall and at our old Town Hall building, fines, licenses and permits, all these various categories. But you can see that the significant majority of the revenue that we receive in the general fund comes from taxes. That's sales taxes, general retail sales taxes, sales and use taxes on building, and then property taxes. So I'm going to skip mostly through these spreadsheets because these are summaries of what are in that much more comprehensive spreadsheet in your packet. But if you have a question about these, we're happy to stop. I will point out some differences as we go. A good example here is like transfers. You'll see back in 2024, those transfers were for the town park project. So we transferred in millions of dollars from other funds into the general fund because that's where we paid for that project out of. So those special funds that we can pay for parks for, they might be restricted to park use. Because we're paying for it from a couple different places, we put all that money into one bucket, so it's easier to just track those expenses. And what you'll see this year is we're going to do the reverse. So instead of trying to put all of that into like the general fund or transfer various funding sources into a different special fund, we're actually creating a capital fund this year that you saw hopefully at the end of the budget spreadsheet. That is fund number 60, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. But basically what we're going to do is now we'll be transferring via an expense line item in these funds. We'll be transferring money out of these funds into that capital fund to kind of stockpile or save money and to pay for project expenses. I think that'll be much more transparent. It'll be a lot easier to track. As a good example, we had a conversation about the Arboretum, a few meetings ago, and there were a couple questions like, wait a minute, how much money do we budget for the Arboretum? And that's because we have some money budgeted in the general fund, we have some in the open space fund, we have some in the 1998 1% fund, we have some in the 2019 1% fund. It's all there. It's just not easy to see. And so this is something Cindy and I have been talking about and agreed this is probably the best way to show all of that money comes out of those funds. It goes into a capital fund designated for that project, easier to track both the revenue and the expenses associated with some of those big projects. We will likely only put projects into that capital fund that are over $1 million or that come from multiple funding sources. So even if it comes from one place, like the Spartan Avenue project that we'll talk about in just a little bit, even if it comes from one funding source, but it's $5.5 million, we'll put it in that capital fund. It'll be easier to see and track. Or if it's a smaller project, but we're going to pay for it from 2019 1%, 1998 1%, park development fees, for instance, then we'll track all of that by moving it into that capital fund. It'll be a lot easier to see year over year and even in the current year. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is just a percentage pie chart of basically the last slide. So, 70+% of our general fund revenue are sales and property taxes.
Are property taxes embedded in the 71% tax?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that 71% includes sales taxes on general retail
And property
sales.
tax.
Building use tax, and then
Okay.
property tax. Primarily, those are the big sources. And actually, this is a breakdown of that tax. So when you see on the last slide, you see 71% is tax. Well, now, of that 71%, 55 is sales tax, just general retail sales tax. 32% is property tax. 6% comes from building taxes, building sales and use taxes. So it's a much smaller proportion. And then just there's a handful of other taxes in there. It's not worth listing out every single one. Those are included in detail in that larger budget spreadsheet. From an expense standpoint, you can see that our expenses are largely similar to what we estimated last year. The bigger drivers in expenses, which we'll talk about here in a sec. So I'll walk you through primarily the additions both in staffing that we would hope to have approved, and then what we call projects, processes, and priorities. Those are kind of the other categories that might be above and beyond what our normal operating expenses might be. On the admin side, I'll walk you through the details. Most of these increases are based on staffing. And so where you see like a significant increase in engineering from 25 to 26, we're proposing additional staffing in there that will largely account for those expenses. And you'll see that here in just a sec.
The capital projects here, and then the spreadsheets we looked at the last meeting,
Mm-hmm.
they're not even close. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so the capital projects line item here, that includes a variety of things. So in our capital fund, that's Fund 1110. So if you're looking at that spreadsheet, the general fund is fund number 11. Department 10 is our capital expenses. And it includes like new vehicles. It includes a variety of different things. And this is just the general fund. And so while I showed you some big transfers into that capital projects fund, specifically for park development, only a portion of those came from the general fund. So
these, the big ones show up in like Fund 60 or Transfer
Correct.
60. And so this general fund doesn't have our big capital expenditures.
it does not.
Okay.
It only has the
exactly right.
transfers from the general fund to the capital
Got it.
fund. And then you'll see the big expenses in the capital fund.
Got it. Thank you.
So the general fund's like your everyday kind of operating.
That's exactly right.
We do the daily business of the town.
That's exactly right, with the exception of forestry and open space and our utility funds primarily. But otherwise, this is our general operating fund for day-to-day business. There, whoop. Did I go backwards? I went backwards. So again, I'll just cover the highlights of what has primarily changed. So in general, what you'll see as you go through the detailed budget spreadsheet is that most of our general ledger line items, things like, office supplies or, legal expenses, things like that, that are ongoing operational expenses, they either remain flat or with small increases based on inflation costs or known costs. So if we have a contract that we know will increase in price next year, that's included in the budget. But most of those operational expenses in pretty much every single department you'll see have almost not increased at all, and in some cases have decreased. We really challenged department heads to try and find line items where they could cut, even if they were small. Some of these line items might be $10,000 of expense in a year, but if we only spend $7,000 annually, then let's not budget 7. Let's not budget 10. Let's budget 7, and let's stick to that number. So we've made some tweaks on those small line items. It's the big ones that really hit. And obviously in every business, people are the most expensive part of the business, typically anyway. That's not true in every single industry, but in most. And that is definitely true for us. People is the most expensive part of our business, excluding some very large capital projects. So the general fund budget requests from a staffing standpoint, we'd like to add another person in our Finance and Human Resources Department to supplement the work that they do. They oversee risk management, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, the budget, our investments. Did I say human resources? They handle an enormous amount of stuff. So we'd like to add a position there, another full-time employee in the Streets Division, another full-time employee in the Parks Division. We keep receiving through dedication of new development, additional streets and parks, and so that maintenance burden is increasing over time. We have a current part-time employee in the Planning Division, so we'd like to eliminate that position but make it a full-time job. So convert that from a part-time to a full-time to continue to support the work that the Planning Division does in the Community Development Department. We have a part-time employee in the Community Outreach Division that we covered under existing budgets. We'd like to continue that for 2026. So it would require a little addition because that was only for a portion of the year this year that we were able to bring her in. But she's doing some awesome work already. She'll be doing a lot of video work, mostly focused on our social media accounts. And that will free up Stephanie to do some other broader community outreach, workshops and publications and other things that we'd really like to do. And then one part-time employee in the engineering division that will support our GIS efforts. So we've shown you or sent you via email some of the GIS maps that our GIS coordinator's been doing. That's Geographic Information Systems is what GIS stands for. But that's kind of geolocated mapping of all of our assets and infrastructure. He's done an incredible job, like with the cemetery map. You can go and see all the different plots, who owns them, who might be currently interred there, and but he's mapped out all of our utility infrastructure, so we know where our lines are, our valves are, our manholes, our storm drain inlets. And so with the addition of a part-time employee, we can continue to expand that GIS work of all of our different assets. And that will dovetail with some of the other budget requests that we'll have here to talk about tonight. So that's people in the general fund. One thing I will point out here, when we received our renewal quote for our health insurance for town staff, it was just under 20%. We can't absorb that, I don't think. We're not recommending to you that we do. And so what this budget represents is about a 4% increase. We were able to do that with a combination of negotiating down that price through our insurance broker, but also having employees contributing less to employees' health savings accounts. We have a high deductible health plan with a health savings account. The town contributes to those health savings accounts. It worked out to be the best deal for employees and the town to cover some of the expense for the increase in premium costs by contributing less to the HSA. So rather than make employees pay more for their premiums, which is direct money out of their pocket, we're contributing less into their HSA. It will still cover, actually, in almost every case, the majority of their healthcare expense when they need to go to the doctor. And the way it works, our health savings plan, you pay 100% of your health costs out of pocket until you hit the deductible. So that's why we fund the HSA that way that we do. Once you hit the deductible, then the deductible and the max out of pocket are the same. So once you've spent, for an individual, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, for a family, it's $9,600 a year. Once you've hit that amount, then insurance kicks in and covers the rest.
Do we fund a pension?
Our current retirement plan is a 401A. We do not have a defined benefit plan. We have a defined contribution. So the town contributes 5% of an employee's salary into a 401A for them every month once they've been here for a certain amount of time. Yeah.
Could we get a breakdown of what it would cost to retain those HSAs for employees across the board?
We could. Yeah, we could give you that.
Yeah.
It's a significant expense. We talked about it in our, we presented this to all the employees during our open enrollment period as we were meeting with them and our insurance providers. I think everybody understood it. It actually works out to be a really good deal for everybody. We still contribute really heavily into those HSAs. So we actually used to fully fund an HSA up to the maximum amount allowed under federal tax law. So we're going to do a little bit less than that this year, but it still will cover the significant majority of an employee's healthcare expense while still keeping premium costs down. But we can definitely give you the difference in cost.
Thank you.
So for projects, processes, and priorities, that's kind of the way we look at the remainder of the expenses past people. In the general fund, and again, the general fund is general administration, finance and HR, community development, streets, parks, engineering. It's a long list of municipal services. So we'll cover some of these kind of broadly. And then if you have questions about them, I'm happy to dive in a little more detail. But these are expenses that might be out of the norm or above and beyond our normal operating expenses. The first is agenda management software. Our town clerk would be able to purchase and implement new agenda management software. Currently, we do that with a mix of spreadsheets and email and server file storage. This would put it all in one place, create some automated workflows, easier tracking, easier management.
That's 6 figures, isn't it?
No, it's 5. I forget off the top of my head.
I saw
12.
a big one first.
12,000, I think. So the big 6-figure number is in the budget, and I'll talk to you about what that looks like too. But the agenda management software, I think, is 12. 2026 April election. Obviously, we have an election coming up. Those are biannual, and so we have added expense to cover the cost of election equipment, ballot printing, and election judges, and all the things that are part of running an election. So those aren't annual expenses. Well, they almost have been. I think almost. We've almost had an election every year we've been here with special elections and other things, but this year we got away with not having one. But we will have our normal municipal April election in 2026. We do have some upgrades planned to this town board meeting room and to the executive session room. So we're going to make some simple improvements to make that suitable for an overflow space. So if we had a really big meeting, people aren't standing out in the lobby, we could set that up with a TV, speakers, people could listen and then come into this room to participate if they had to speak. But that'll provide some overflow space. It'll also make it a little more functional for us. For the other things that we use it for. And then, a little lighting timer system in here that we've talked about, including that in here, and then some other audio-visual upgrades.
Exactly.
But you have a job,
overflow
Mr. Mayor.
space. And
I won't be happy. Our residents will be happy.
Timer, what are you going to do?
I
with
lost
these
all my
meetings?
power. I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I'm really happy to hear that. That was fantastic.
We do have some additional funding planned for community events to continue to support those and to expand what we do. As you know, one of the things that we're doing this year is the town's helping to kind of coordinate several different holiday-themed, Christmas-themed events all together into one very merry birthday. So we want to continue to support that effort next year and then also expand some of our other events that we host. We have money budgeted to complete the town's branding initiative. That work is underway now, but it will carry into 2026. So just highlighting the fact that will continue on into 2026, even though it is planned and already underway right now. We do have continued funds planned for open space acquisition and preservation in the general fund. We have improvements to the town permitting and asset management systems. That is the big ticket item that you're discussing, Trustee Wing. So the permitting and asset management software, we've looked at a variety of different solutions. Our GIS managers helping to coordinate that with support from Ken Matthews, our utilities director, Ann Johnson, our community development director, and others, to try and consolidate all of our permitting and asset management into one place, to piggyback on this robust GIS system and database that he's building, so that all of the work that we do is automated, that there are clear workflows in place to manage a lot of these processes, but also these assets that we own. It could be as granular as literally managing every bit of work that's done to a single water valve in town, but all tracked in one comprehensive asset management system. It is a very significant effort in order to do that, and it will require significant buy-in and expense for each of these departments. So you will see money budgeted both in the general fund, or see money budgeted in the general fund, but also our utility funds to help fund the expense of that system. This is something our leadership team feels like would be a real value to both staff, but also to the community as a whole. It'll also provide some additional transparency and access to this information to the public that we may not have now. So we have included a very big ticket number in there. We have some initial kind of, what I would say, initial estimate level quotes from multiple software providers. They are wildly different. So we will do a formal RFP, evaluate each of those systems in detail, evaluate them in, both from a cost perspective, but also from a functionality perspective. I would hope that we could bring that number significantly down, but we took the highest initial estimate included in the budget. I would expect it to be much less than that when that was actually implemented.
Does that cost include implementation and training? And
it does, yeah. So it would be a comprehensive solution for us. There will be a lot of work that is necessary to be done by town staff in order to transfer a lot of the information that we have in some of these other legacy systems into that. It has to be able to coordinate to some of our systems that we will not get rid of, like our Laserfish document management system, but that the software will have to talk to each other. So there's a lot of programming that has to happen to make that work. Our accounting software, all those things will have to be tied in together. But I do think there's some potential for significant efficiencies and also improvement to our systems. So
is that pretty standard for Northern Colorado communities?
It is typical of larger communities. Certainly the smaller ones, we do everything on spreadsheets and file folders. But as we continue to grow, we think this is the right time for us to start to build that system, to start to use it. And so as we continue to grow in the future, it'll all be in one place. But that is normal for larger communities around us, for sure.
Are we using AI at all?
We don't use AI really heavily. I mean, somebody might use it to generate an outline for a report or something like that, but we don't. We do not have a formal AI policy, but we don't use it to generate work product that's final. So we only use it for things that we might, you might ask it a question, ask it to give you some advice on how to structure a new grant program, for instance. That's something we used it for recently. It did a really good job and turned what would have been a several-hour endeavor in typing that program report or program guideline into a document, turned it into about a half-hour effort. So we do use it, but not really extensively right now. I do think that as we go, the more data that we have, and we've been talking about this among other city managers in the region, there's a benchmarking effort that's underway. We're meeting together to talk about how to standardize the data that we collect and use, both for benefit and community to community. So we can compare what we do to Timnath in a more apples to apples way, or Windsor or Johnstown or Loveland, because everybody does things a little bit differently right now. And so we're trying to find ways to kind of benchmark how we perform against one another so that we can kind of see where we're lagging behind or maybe where we're showing everybody else the way. But we also think that as that data gets more standardized and more available, both in that effort and then through things like this asset management and some of these other systems that we have, that'll make AI more useful in the future. I don't know what that really looks like. That's well beyond what is my wheelhouse, but that's a big part of the conversation in those meetings. Excuse me. We are underway on a townwide traffic model. That's something that you guys have previously approved, but that will again continue into next year, and that's not a small effort, but that's an engineering exercise to evaluate intersections and roadway segments throughout town as new development occurs or as projects the town initiate occurs. We can adjust that and see how that impacts traffic in the long run. Traffic studies are a normal part of every development process, but we rely on outside traffic engineers to evaluate our infrastructure. We then review it and make sure that it all makes sense with our information. If we have our own townwide traffic model, we'll just make that process a little more standardized as we're comparing our numbers with theirs.
That's a pretty good sized ticket item too, wasn't it?
That was not a small effort.
Right.
It is not a small effort.
Yep.
We're going to finalize the 3rd Street design. We've been working on that for a couple of years. Most of what's held that project up is railroad coordination and then some significant stormwater challenges, trying to figure out how to move stormwater from 3rd Street to 2nd Street across the railroad tracks and through some downstream infrastructure. So been working with the consulting design and engineering teams on that. We'd like to wrap up that design and have it ready to go whenever we're ready to do that construction in the future. And then some large transfers in that Fund 1110, Department 10, that capital portion of the general fund for the Arboretum, the Sunoco redevelopment project, and the Richardson Park project. All of those primarily placeholders, probably with the exception of the Arboretum, where we would fully expect to continue forward based on your prior direction. There are a lot of decisions that still have to happen as part of the Sunoco building redevelopment and a potential Richardson Park project. So what you see in there right now are placeholders based on some high-level initial estimates and nothing else. Again,
We need final bids for the Arboretum too, though, right?
we will need final bids for the Arboretum. This is our starting place from a budgetary perspective based on our prior construction estimating as part of the design process. So as soon as those plans are done, we'll go out to bid in early 2026, and then you would review those bids and authorize us to move forward. If those bids come in above our budget, we will ask you to increase the budget at that time, and we'll do that through a supplement next year. That's it on the general fund. This is just
Sorry, is the railroad getting back to us about the connection underneath? Are we working with them, or are they not responding? Or
on
you're saying to move stormwater from?
Yeah. No, I think we're probably okay with the railroad. More of the coordination is actually a lot of the improvements occur within their right of way. So like all of Railroad Park is within railroad right of way. So while we maintain it, our guys mow it, we water it, we take care of the plants, we replace trees. It is all within right of way. So they have to review those plans, make sure they're okay with how we change the curb lines and how we increase the park size. The stormwater issue is primarily more downstream of as you head east from the railroad tracks, making sure that that detention pond that's on 2nd Street is suitable for the increase in impervious surface and flow and some of that stuff. So, so again, the increases in personnel we've talked about, those are driven by full-time, part-time employees. And, the rest of these are all relative to the other projects that we've talked about. So,
Are the priority projects expenses or are they capitalized?
they are itemized in the budget as expenses.
Okay.
Yeah. So this would be a line item expense. It's a line item expense to account for the transfer to the capital fund.
Yeah, while we're on general funds, I wanted to bring up the Excel sheet, and this would be page 1. Could bring that up on the screen. Work some more.
This is just a rumor. I don't know if it's true, but there was back in the day in the 80s, they couldn't get approval for some reason with the railroad to get stormwater underneath. So a gentleman in town just a prominent gentleman, I think took his backhoe and just went ahead and did it. And I don't think the railroad would ever question it.
I've heard that. I don't know if that's an urban legend or not, but it's a pretty cool story.
Yeah, got away with it.
One thing is, as Christian is pulling that up, what you'll see in the more detailed spreadsheet, and we don't typically talk about the future years. We show them both more from a planning perspective, just to kind of give us an idea of what does it look like. What you'll see is that the minimum ending fund balance projected in the general fund, the ending fund balance, not the minimum ending fund balance. Those are two different things. Is decreasing as we head out into future years. Now, we are not projecting any future revenues beyond just an inflationary adjustment. So no additional retail sales, no new businesses, no increase in building. So just from a practical standpoint, we're hyper conservative on the revenue side, but if those revenues do not occur, we will have to make adjustments in future years to ongoing expenses. There are things that would make sense to do. Obviously we'll have lower expenses for building and planning, right? If building never picks back up, we won't, over time, we will need to naturally reduce some of our both staffing and consultant, staffing and consultant expense. And then we would also look to reduce expenses in other categories. I think the likelihood of that is low, but we also need to be aware that that may be the case as we move forward in the future.
Yeah, that was my question. That's what I wanted to bring up. Just looking at the trends, and this is my speculation based on, losing $1.5 million from that account every year, that had put us into the emergency reserve minimum by 2032 and roughly zero by 2034. But as you said, that's, very, conservative scenario. That's all I had to bring up.
It's a great point. So that our minimum ending. So there are two different categories of kind of reserves. So we have an emergency reserve. It's 3% of revenues, and that is a state mandated minimum ending fund balance, like an emergency reserve balance. We have then below the ending fund balance line. It may not be as easy to see on your. I said. Revenues. I meant expenses. 3% of expenses. The minimum ending fund balance is more of a discretionary choice. That's based on the Government Finance Officers Association recommendation. That is 15% of our projected annual expense. And so, the other thing that we will likely do in the event of much lower revenues than we would project in the future, we would cut capital first, obviously, discretionary projects, and then we would reduce staffing. For what it's worth, we've generally shown reductions in ending fund balance in future years every year we've been here, from a conservative standpoint. But we also typically collect more revenue than we plan every year, and we spend less than we plan every year. And so those ending fund balances end up being much better in future years than we project, but we also, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. So that's a great point, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Thank you for bringing that up.
To add on to that, this is the general fund, so this wouldn't show bond payments or COP payments, right?
It would not. That would come from a different fund. Good questions.
Are we moving on?
Yeah, go ahead.
With the town hall income versus the expenses, how does that? Are we subsidizing that? I'm guessing then the income is less than.
On the town hall lease expense.
Yeah,
so a big chunk of what you see there is actually property taxes relative to the Sunoco building. So currently that building is assessed 100% as private use, and so we're planning for that total amount, even though for public or nonprofit use we wouldn't be paying property taxes on it for that portion of the building. So the property taxes for the Sunoco building will go down depending on how it's redeveloped. So if the town occupies that space, if H&S occupies that space, if it doesn't, we would expect whatever private lessees that we have to cover that property tax through their lease rates in the future. The leases that we have here at Town Hall generally pay they pay the property taxes associated with their portion of our current Town Hall building. So Edward Jones and Southgate, what are they called? South State?
Depends on
Is that right? South State? It's been like 4 different banks since I've been here. Anyway,
we're not.
Their lease rate pays property taxes. It also basically pays our association dues for their larger shopping center to cover maintenance of landscaping and parking lot and that kind of stuff. So we don't really make any money on it, but we don't lose any money on it either. And the old Town Hall building, those are pretty low cost leases. They're typically for like one office at a time. It's kind of more like an incubator space. Our expenses associated with the building are pretty low. We don't have a lot of our staff does the maintenance. I think Cindy buys like cleaning supplies, and it's a pretty low budget operation, but it's been a good space for some of those tenants to be able to have a home. And to build business in Berthoud.
For Mayor Pro Tem's comment on the beginning fund balance, is 21 million. Can you describe the correlation between that 21 million and the 127 million in reserves? Just how those things tie together. Because that may make
That 127 million is total reserves across all funds. Right. So we have 20 different funds. We're going to go through every one of them tonight, and that total number represents all of the reserves from all of the funds.
right.
So
So even though we show a degradation of $1 million or whatever it is a year, there's also some pretty big reserves sitting in some of those other funds.
that's correct. Now, those funds can only be spent on certain things, and so we have to be cognizant of that. But yes, and there's actually significantly more in our reserves right now than what you see here. But that's because we have some expenses between now and the end of the year. We have some things that are budgeted but haven't been spent that may not be spent until next year. So, that number is currently much, much higher than 127 million. I think it's over 140 right now, but we will also show you what those ending fund balances look like when we do our mid-year supplement next year, after we've done all the year-end closeout and we've gone through and updated all those numbers. We'll reset those ending fund balances, and I think every year I've been here, those ending fund balances have been significantly higher than what you see in this annual budget presentation. They'll get adjusted in August. Good questions. And don't hesitate to ask. We can stop. We can go back. This is not. I don't intend to just talk to you the whole night, so I appreciate the extra questions. Fund number 20 is our source of supply fund. That is the raw water dedication fees that we collect from new development. That's based on a per SFE value of $25,000 per house, and that is collected to, or per single family equivalent if it's commercial development or multifamily. That money is collected to buy and develop water resources. So it is not the treatment expense. It's not the distribution to the customer expense. This is for new raw water. So again, both acquiring new raw water rights and then also developing storage or improving the systems that deliver that raw water to the water treatment plant. That kind of stuff is what's included in here. We do not budget personnel in this fund because it's not intended for operational expense. It's for buying water and developing water sources. What's included in the 2026 budget is a relatively short list. The big ticket items are an update to the town's water resources master plan. So that's looking at all the various water rights that we own. How do they get used? How do they get expanded or leveraged in the future? We have an ongoing water resources master plan. This would be a pretty heavy update. It's been a few years since we've done that. And so this will give us a new kind of future look at where should we be devoting these dollars and what water sources are kind of best value, both in terms of cost, but also in terms of their availability and reliability and all those things. We are going to spend some money to continue development of new raw water storage facilities. So either reservoirs or other downstream facilities like the one that we are working on the South Platte, to be able to store Windy Gap effluent and those kinds of things. So we've talked to you about a lot of those, but that's continued work that we've been working on for the last couple of years. Some of these projects are going to take a decade before we see new water or new reservoirs, but this is just ongoing expense to develop those water rights. And then we always carry a very large placeholder for raw water acquisitions. If we buy a couple of Handy shares, it might be $200,000, but if we buy a few Windy Gap shares, it might be millions. And so we typically carry a very large placeholder in the budget. We have $5 million planned in 2026. We only spent around $1 million this year. So, but there have been years where we've spent 8 or 9. So it just kind of depends on the year and what's available and where we can prioritize. This fund has a very healthy reserve. And that's because it doesn't want to advance. If it doesn't advance, I may get up and go to the podium if that's okay with the trustees. I'll just do that. That'd be easier. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It changed up here, but not on the screen. Okay.
so that's not going to help us anyway. Christian, do you think we could? Oh, it did. Let's see. Now we got it. Okay, I may be able to sit back down. Why don't I just stay here for a little bit, and then we'll just see how it goes. The sources supply budget again has a healthy beginning balance, even with significant expenditures. We would expect to still maintain an ending fund balance over 20 million, and that's so that we have money available when big water acquisitions come in front of us, and we can try to grab those. And then developing those water rights, whether it's through reservoir development and construction or infrastructure needs, those are big ticket items. So carrying a healthy reserve balance is important here. So Fund 21 is our water operations fund. So when you pay your water bill, that's the primary source of revenue here in this fund is water rates and fees, and that is to both treat and deliver water to customers. That's what this fund is for. We do have 2 additional positions planned in this budget. One is a full-time employee related to compliance activities. As you can imagine, running a water system comes with a lot of state and federal compliance requirements, and so having an employee dedicated to that's spread out among a couple folks. But our systems are expanding. We have some major projects, and so getting some focused attention on compliance will be helpful for us. We're not having compliance issues, but this will strengthen our team's ability to stay on top of that. And the other is to add an additional engineering position to support some of the major capital expenses that we have in water and wastewater. That's why both of those are split. So 50% of those expenses are in the water fund and 50% are in the wastewater fund for both of those 2 employees, because they will support both of those different utilities. On the projects, processes, and priorities side, again, permitting and asset management. We've already talked about that, but we have some of that expense planned here. In water, you'll also see that in wastewater and stormwater. So spreading the cost out among these various funds that will all benefit and use that asset management and permitting software. We do have some increased funding just for ongoing water line repairs. We don't have that. That's like if a water line breaks, those can be big ticket items in the tens of thousands of dollars. So just having some additional funding there. We typically don't spend more than $40,000 or $50,000 a year making water line repairs, but we've added some money this year because we have had a couple of big ticket items that have hit us, and we just want to make sure we're covered. We do have one of the things that Ken has been really adamant about is that we have to be better about budgeting replacement expense. And so we've got this, we've got miles and miles of water mains in this, under the streets and in utility easements. Some of those water mains are decades and decades old. They need to be replaced. They're in good shape, but we have to start planning for those replacements. And so we've got 5,000 linear feet of pipe replacement planned every year as just basically as a placeholder, but so that they can use that money to develop and execute a capital project every year to make priority replacements of critical water lines. We have the ongoing water plant improvements. Ken has presented to you about those multiple times. He is here if you do have questions about those, but you'll see plant improvements in both the water and wastewater categories, and those are ongoing projects that are underway. We are working on advanced metering infrastructure, and so that will give us the ability to read meters remotely rather than drive around or get out and read them by hand. It will also give us the ability to let customers see their water use on a real-time basis and to be able to identify leaks and other things that we don't have the capability to do now. But that requires modifications to every single water meter to put the right kind of transmitter on there and all that. So, but we think that's important to continue to move forward and enhance our systems. We have some of that already that we've done via a pilot program that you've approved previously, and this is an ongoing effort for us to upgrade our metering infrastructure. And then the Bacon Lake transmission main. Fund 22 is water capital. And we'll see that in just a second. That is not ongoing rates and fee charges. Water capital is funded with fees that we collect from new building to offset the impacts of growth. But we have some of these split here because both of these are partially driven by growth and partially driven by existing customers. And so we've split funds. We've split expense here. The Bacon Lake transmission main, 30% of that expense would go to rates and fees, and 70% would go to growth-related demands and fees that we've collected from new building. And what you can see here is, ongoing revenues in line generally with what we've had in the past. We are proposing an increase in water and sewer rates we'll talk to you about a little bit later. Water is unique in that it fluctuates based on climate or annual weather. So in a really wet year, we don't collect a lot of money in our water operating fund. And in a really dry year, people use a lot more water to water their yards, and they spend a lot more money keeping their yard green. And so our revenues will increase in really dry years. And what you hope to see is that in the aggregate, that trend line is positive, but we will see greater fluctuations in our water operating fund just naturally because it's driven by usage that largely has to do with weather that we don't control. So this is that water capital fund. Again, no personnel are budgeted in here because this is not ongoing operational expense. This is revenue that's collected from new building to offset the impacts of growth. So this is based on one-time fees, and they're collected and saved up to do one-time projects, if we want to look at it that way. That said, we do have some funding in here for permitting and asset management, because part of our permitting software will be to pay for the impacts of new growth. And so we do have some small amount budget in there. Again, some funding for water line repairs, advanced metering infrastructure, the Bacon Lake transmission main, and then a Berthoud Parkway transmission main to improve pressure and flows on kind of the southwest side of town. So as growth occurs, we need to expand infrastructure in some kind of key pathways. That's one of them. Along the Berthoud Parkway corridor, north of Mountain, south of Tenney. And that continues to have a healthy balance. There will be some major treatment plant expenses in future years. I would expect that ending fund balance to decrease significantly as we start to build some multi-million-dollar improvements at our water treatment plant. Wastewater Operations Fund, similar to water, this is the rates and fees that are charged to both collect sewage and treat it. Again, these are the two positions that you saw previously split with the water fund, which I apologize, the fund number 21 is correct. I did not change that to say Water Fund 21. That should say Water Fund 21, not Wastewater Fund 21. There is some revenue planned in here for prospective bond issuance. So as you can imagine, part of the problem with wastewater, maybe even more so than water, is that you have to spend tens of millions of dollars to build improvements before you have customers. And so we do have a bond issue envisioned to help fund some of the Phase 1A improvements at the wastewater treatment plant. We currently have more revenue than is needed planned for a bond issue, so it's possible that we could issue a much smaller bond in order to execute that project. But we wanted to be conservative in that estimate, both from a revenue perspective on the bond side, but also from an ongoing debt service perspective. So there is ongoing debt service planned for future years, but that would be based on whatever bond issuance you might or might not approve as we move forward in order to make those projects a reality. Again, permitting and asset management, you'll see that in several different funds, and then some upgrades to lift stations that we have in town. So most wastewater flows by gravity. It's just in the pipe and it flows downhill. There are some areas in town where it has to be pumped uphill first because there's some low spots, and so those lift stations take that wastewater. They use pumps. They pump it up to a place where they can then gravity flow back down to the plant. We need to make some improvements at those facilities. The Campion lift station in particular is pretty shabby. We've had some significant issues there. That was transferred to the town. It was part of a county development, and the town took over that sewer service area years ago. But it does not meet our current standards, and we've had some significant issues, so we need to make some improvements there. If we do not execute the project, we do not need the bond, so there is some corresponding revenue and expense there that would not happen if we don't do those two things, but they are accounted for in this budget. So, and that is to keep our ending fund balance where it is today. If we paid cash for all of that improvement, we would basically bring our ending fund balance down to zero. We don't think that's a good idea because we do have other future projects in the next 5 years that need to occur as well. So we want to carry that balance. And most of this funding plan was based on the water and wastewater master plans we've talked about and presented previously. So we have a long list of capital projects that we think need to occur over the next decade to 15 years, and there's a funding plan associated with that to make those projects a reality. So that because there's an anomaly here in the 2025 estimate, what you'll see in the bond payments, we had, our typical bond payment on the bonds that we refinanced is $900,000. We've reduced that debt service, but the reason why it was so high in 2025 is we paid out of our debt reserve fund to pay down that bond. So that's one of the reasons we were able to bring the annual debt service down without extending the repayment period. We basically made an extra payment out of money that we had previously been required to carry. But because our credit ratings improved, we didn't have to continue to keep that money in reserve. We could pay the bond down and reduce our interest rate, thereby bringing our annual payment down without extending the repayment term. So we've talked about that previously, but just wanted to point out that's why there's a kind of 1 year anomaly in the expense associated with bond payments. Let's see. Did I go backwards? I went backwards. That's why. Sorry, I got myself confused. I was like, wait a minute, this is all starting to look the same. So wastewater capital fund, similar to water. This is not used for day-to-day operations. One-time revenues collected from building, intended to be saved and spent on projects needed to mitigate the impacts of future growth or prior growth and future growth. So no personnel budgeted here. Again, the Bacon Lake Interceptor construction that we've been working on, you've approved acquisition of easements and expenses for that project already. That is going to continue to occur as we build that interceptor to both relieve the First Street sewer trunk main, but also to build future capacity. We do want to expand the pipeline in conjunction with the Arboretum project. While we're tearing stuff up, let's go ahead and get pipes upgraded to where they should be in those areas.
I was taking my kid to school today. Driving by the intersection of Murphy Parkway and Mountain Ave. What's that fire hydrant dude sitting out in the middle of that field? I had to explain that you build the infrastructure before you need it, type of deal. So
there are a variety of places in town where we have, Berthoud Parkway, north of Grand Market. There are hydrants out in the middle of those fields. There's water lines under undeveloped properties on the west side of town that were put in decades ago with the expectation there'd be future growth. So that's all just part of building and maintaining a system. It's a great point.
His interest is just money that let's say $19 million we're putting into like a investment pool.
We do.
And then we're getting that this year $500,000.
Yeah, so I apologize. I didn't point out the interest. There are interest revenues in each of these funds. And that is based on the investing those reserves. So we don't just put those in like a savings account, right? We have some of that in a pool investment fund through CSAFE, which is like a larger investment fund specifically for municipal investments, and that generates some interest on an ongoing basis. And then we have some of our funds with our bank that we've negotiated a good deal on. So we used to be their biggest depositor. So we got a really good deal from them on interest on the money we kept in those accounts. We still have that deal with South State, who's our current bank, after they've been bought out.
What's the average return on that fund over the years, would you say? Any idea?
Average over the years, it fluctuates. I would say, in the 5 to 6.5% rate. Is that a fair statement, Cindy? Yeah.
I remember
She's nodding.
The same when you arrived. I'm just pointing out, well done, right? We're getting $500,000 this year just off of that decision. That's fantastic idea.
It helps that we have strong reserves, right? We have a lot of money to draw interest on, but you know we are not speculative. Like we're not investing in Tesla stock or anything like that, right? The funds that we have are either in our accounts with our bank, or they are in our pooled investment fund through CSAFE. So we have an obligation, a fiduciary responsibility, right, not to be irresponsible with our money. So we're not going to generate 15% returns, but 5 to 6.5% is probably pretty typical. And this is that wastewater capital budget. Again, this is intended to be saved and then spent on big projects. So you'll see a big balance, and then you'll see a big reduction of that balance as we execute big capital projects. And then over time, that should increase as new building occurs. So in the budget, this is just a quirky little deal. I don't know why it's this way, but it just is. So in the budget, as you kind of start at the top and work your way down that big old long spreadsheet, the water and wastewater operating funds come first, and the capital funds come second. When it comes to stormwater, capital comes first, and then operating comes second. So just stormwater capital is Fund 28. This is building fees. Again, these are not ongoing operational expenses. We do want to do a stormwater master plan this year to look at how stormwater flows, where needed improvements are made to increase the capacity of the system, and to correct any deficiencies, so that as we move forward in future years, our stormwater systems continue to be solid. We need to make some outfall improvements to the Berthoud Reservoir. So there is some stormwater that goes into Berthoud Reservoir. It has to go out of that because we can't hold it. It has to go back to the river. And so we need to improve that system to make sure that that works effectively. And then we do have some drainage improvements in the Serenity Ridge subdivision out by I-25. There's some concentration of stormwater flows, and they go through a couple of front yards. And so we're going to try to split those flows so that in those roadside drainage ditches, they will be very full and they flow very fast during heavy storm events because it's all on the side of a hill. And so we want to split those flows so that it's not quite as significant.
What about the home supply ditch replacement?
Oh, home supply ditch replacement was last year. That is... that's costs associated with and there may be some carryover into 2026, but that project is underway. And
no, I was just in the wrong column. Sorry.
It's done. Thank you. Under budget, so that's a plus. That was in partnership with the county, and that is the bridge just east of Heron Point on County Road 14. Oh, okay. Yeah. Bridge and culvert widening and replacement. So on the operations side, we actually don't budget personnel in this account, but we do transfer back to the general fund. So primarily our streets crew handles stormwater maintenance. So they'll handle roadside ditches and detention ponds that the town owns. And then street sweeping is a big part of stormwater maintenance. We talk about this every year, but we don't street sweep just to make it look nice, although that is a big part of it. We want the streets to be clean and look good. We also want to keep debris out of the stormwater system. So that's street sweeping is typically a stormwater expense. Right now is an interesting challenge. We cannot suck up all the leaves that fall in town, so we do hope and expect people will rake those up and put them in bags and send them to be recycled or to the landfill. But yes, it is a busy time of year right now for our street sweepers. And as a result, those street sweepers, they have to be repaired. And the repairs on street sweepers are very expensive. Those are very expensive pieces of equipment, and the parts are very expensive. So we do have some big ticket repairs planned for next year in order to do that in the $50,000 range. Excuse me. And that fund continues to kind of carry about the same balance. So those are our enterprise funds. And so now we'll move to special funds. These are, again, funds that were either approved by the town board or by voters for specific purposes. They are restricted in their use, maybe even more so than some of those other funds. Park Development Fund is a capital improvement fund. Those are collected via fees on new building permits, and they are intended to be spent on expanding parks and recreation assets, those expansions that are driven by growth. So these are mitigating the impacts of future growth. That is the intent of this fund as it relates specifically to park development. So no personnel are budgeted in here. It's not an operational fund. We do have a placeholder for construction drawings for Newell Farm. As you know, we're in the concept planning phase right now. Assuming that we get through that concept planning phase in early 2026 and the board wants to move forward with construction drawings, we've put a placeholder in there for those construction drawings. It may or may not be, the placeholder is $400,000, depending on what the ultimate scope of that park is based on the concept plan. Whatever you approve as a scope, that fee may increase or decrease, but that's just a placeholder. We do have a small amount of money budgeted for an entry monument sign at the bike park. That was something that should have been part of the original construction project when we did it. We were kind of scraping pennies because we expanded that project pretty significantly. So we've added a few things over the years. And then a transfer from the Park Development Fund to the Capital Fund for Richardson Park is identified here. Again, that's a decision that you'll need to ultimately make. This is not going to make the decision whether or not to build Richardson, but we just wanted to show you where that money would come from if you did. And what you'll see is a drawdown in that ending fund balance. Again, these are not ongoing operational expenses, and then those would need to be built back up over time through new fees collected as part of new development. Hopefully we're not going to build 10, 15, $30 million parks every 2 years like we have been the last few years, so we shouldn't need to carry a really healthy balance here. I think we will be largely set if we build a couple of big projects that we've been talking about. We'll be set for years, but nevertheless, we'll want to see those balances continue to increase. We wouldn't have any other expenses planned unless you told us to build something, and then we would talk about what we could afford. Parkland acquisition, similar to park development, but this is a fee charged for new builds for buying new park land, not developing it. So this would also be open space, recreational open space, parks, and the only thing we have budgeted here is just a savings transfer. For the last few years, we've been taking money from this fund and the 1998 1% fund and consolidating it into the open space fund. So that we are taking money annually out of these funds and putting them into basically a savings account so that as we have new open space acquisitions, we can pay for those with cash out of the open space fund.
Could you just remind me of the status of the land next to the football field, I think in Wagner Park, that's going to be adjacent to the Arboretum?
Oh, so are you talking about the school district property?
Yep.
Yeah, so we've negotiated a deal with them. That should go to their board in December. And it is a very low cost deal for us, less than $100,000 to acquire that property.
I don't know that I even never heard the dollar amount. That's
Yeah,
great,
so
great.
it's a long story.
Okay.
Both of us kind of appraised it for much more than than what we've agreed to, but it has almost no value to them, and it has almost no value to the private sector because it has no access, and it can never be developed because of the deed restrictions that are on it. So it really doesn't have value in the private marketplace in the same way that it has value to the town and to the district, but it has no value to the private marketplace, really.
Was it like 10 to 15 acres, something like that?
Is it
No biggie.
7? 7 acres.
Great, thanks.
6.6. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, so we're excited. The school district was very reasonable on that. They're a great partner of ours, obviously, and so we'll be excited to bring that deal
Thank
to
you.
you, assuming that their board says yes first. And again, 2025, we had some acquisition expenses, so we drew that balance down. We'll continue to carry some savings money into that from that fund into the open space fund, and then we would expect that fund balance would increase over the years as new development continues to occur.
This Welch Trail easement, that was a couple years back.
Yep.
Did that stop? Did we get a no on that?
We got a no on that. Yeah. We spent survey dollars, appraisal, some real estate fees trying to acquire a trail easement between Nielsen Greenway and Welch Avenue. That deal we never could make that deal work with the property owners. So,
okay.
and we didn't feel like it was appropriate to condemn it for that particular use. So we didn't ever bring that to you for. That would have been the only other alternative if somebody refuses to sell to us, I guess. But we never brought that to you because those negotiations never proved fruitful. Public Facilities Fund, again, another capital fund. Fees collected from new development to offset or mitigate the impacts of new development on public facilities. So as we have to expand our staff in order to accommodate new growth and development, this helps to pay for new offices and vehicles and major pieces of equipment, things like that. No personnel are budgeted in this fund. We do have a placeholder in here for a new public works facility design. We've talked about that a bit in the past. We had a concept done by some university students through the University Technical Assistance Program, through the Division of Local Affairs. We looked at a site in town that we think is probably too expensive for us, but it's great to kind of do an exercise for how much space do we think we need, how much land will we need in order to develop a facility. So it's kind of set some guide rails for us, and our public works team will start work on more of a more in-depth feasibility analysis for a couple sites in town that we'll hopefully bring to you in 2026 for the potential to build a new public works facility, and that's specifically for streets, parks, open space, and forestry. They're spread out among a few different facilities. Our parks facility on 10th Street is grossly undersized for what they're doing. In the summertime, with all the seasonals in there, it is very crowded.
Just a couple weeks ago, they're parked too deep. I noticed. If you're parking back, people park in front of you. 'Cause there's no room.
And you know, those crews are out and about most of the day, so it's, you know, the office space isn't quite as at a premium. Although when they are all there, it's very crowded. But you know, from a vehicle and equipment standpoint, we need more space, and so.
With the public facilities fund accounts for that, what about expansions here when we get those done?
These would be under this fund as well. So whether we expand here, we're looking at a couple of other lower cost options, either through maybe a lease of existing commercial space to expand some of our office footprint. We did have a concept plan done just to say how much space do we need. You know, we worked with an architect to look at our current staffing, what we think our future staffing needs will be in the next 15 years. Tried to plan out how much space we need. We have a concept for that, but it's probably prohibitively expensive today. But, you know, if our current tenants move out when their leases are up, we will have a whole lot more space than we do today. So that's not as big of a priority for us. But we are thinking ahead for how we might do town hall in the future. We would love to build a new board meeting room on the main floor that's bigger. But, you know, that would be part of a town hall expansion, but that's probably years away.
What about for sheriff's office? I mean, they're kind of cramped too. That's the other one.
They are, and so part of the design that we had considered was, you know, we'd move our staff out of the main floor where they're at currently. We'd put them in this new space, and then the sheriff's office could expand into where like our administration and finance team are today.
Oh, okay.
If we don't do that soon, we'll have to look at other alternatives. We've talked about if we consolidate all of our public works facility into one, maybe we improve that building that the parks team is in, turn that into a more suitable office. They don't have the same level of equipment and trailers and all the stuff that like our parks crew does. So maybe that might work.
Yeah,
it's gated already. So that, you know, we've talked about a couple of other high level options, but we don't have a current plan for that.
Thank you.
Good questions. We do currently, our water staff is mostly or really all in a temporary office building that we lease from Northern Water. So they had some really nice temp offices constructed while they were doing their major expansion. And when they moved out of those, they were gracious enough to lease that space to us. So it has several offices and cube space and meeting space. It's pretty well appointed. We're working on a deal to acquire that from them and move it to our water plant and public works site up north of Tenney, so that we can keep our staff in there in the short term until we build a bigger public works facility. So it's a pretty low cost short term option for us. It's definitely not a long term solution, but we do have some money budgeted in there to handle that interim condition.
Cool. Chris, I really have to commend you guys on the creativity that you're using to like solution some of this stuff, right? Because I think most people's like, well, we need a new building, let's build a new building. But like, I think we really appreciate how you're, you know, looking at things outside the box and being able to figure out like, hey, what can we do to improve the situation, but not, you know, go big, so to speak, right? And I appreciate that a lot. So thank you.
Hey, thank you. We look at some of these things, and you know, if an expansion of town hall was $6.5 or $7 million, we can lease office space in town for a real long time before we need to do that. And so, you know, we want to be smart. I think there's value in having permanent homes for town hall and having them be appropriately appointed, but we also don't need to build a Taj Mahal, and we don't need to do it tomorrow. So we try to be intelligent about where that money gets prioritized. But we do have some new vehicles in here budgeted to support some of the new personnel we've talked about in those other funds. And again, continuing to carry a balance there. You know, if we needed to build a new town hall, $2.5 million isn't going to get it done. So we have to be creative about how we make that work. It would not all come from this fund. The same is true for Public Works facility. So we'll have to be creative about how those things occur as well.
Is ending fund balance and reserve synonymous?
They are.
Okay.
Fund number 34. We're getting close here, by the way. I think we're about 2/3 of the way through the fund. So in case anybody's wondering, if you need a break, please don't, you know, this is y'all's meeting. So
I'm just curious, but 40,000, you can't get a truck for 40,000.
Yeah, we can. So it depends. So a $40,000 truck would be something like a little Chevy Colorado that like maybe, you know,
Light speeds, man. That's what you get.
Yeah, I mean we don't do fancy stuff, you know.
And we lease a lot too, right?
We don't typically lease vehicles. So the sheriff's department leases vehicles, and so we have had, as we've expanded our sheriff's contract and they've added positions, we've covered some lease expense to increase their vehicle fleet. But we typically purchase, and we'll maintain those vehicles for a long time. But you know, like 40,000 would be, that would not be like a tooled public works truck. That's in the order of $100 or more $1,000 to do like a fully tooled, you know, maintenance boxes or a, you know, small crane or, you know, stuff like that. But this would be for like an inspector or an engineer who'd be out on site a lot, but just needs to get from the office to the job site. Doesn't need much more than just a little pickup or a RAV4 or something like that. In the Conservation Trust Fund, this is where we pay for forestry and open space. So there are transfers from the general fund into this fund because this doesn't generate enough revenue to cover all those expenses. So we do cover some of the expenses for our forestry and open space departments from the general fund, again, via transfer into this fund, but this is where it's all accounted for. We do want to add a full-time employee to support those forestry and open space maintenance operations. It'll probably be split between forestry and open space. So it won't just be a dedicated forester or a dedicated open space technician, but a position that probably kind of swing back and forth to both to do some support, and then adding one seasonal position during kind of peak open space maintenance times in the summer, just having an additional seasonal position than we've had in the past. Those are pretty low cost.
Yeah, Conservation Trust Distribution, this is all Great Outdoors Colorado too, right?
I always forget. Where does the revenue come from for Conservation Trust, Cindy? Lottery money. Yeah.
And then we subsidize. Well, we put the primarily.
A big chunk of the revenue comes from the general fund.
Okay.
And again, these would, you know, forestry and open space would probably typically be a general fund department, but it is an eligible expense under this fund, and it's easier to account for it all in one place. So that's why we transfer money from the general fund here. And that's why they're not just part of like the parks budget in the general fund. They're accounted for separately. They do want to make upgrade to the pump on their water truck. That's really their one big ticket item, but that way they can run 2 hoses off of it instead of 1.
We were driving on Berthoud Parkway, we can see them carrying 2 hoses with their truck.
So that will cut the amount of time it takes to water some of those trees in half.
Catches up on his social media or whatever he does with his water.
He's standing there just literally watering trees. But again, that's one of those things where it's actually less expensive to pay a forestry tech to go out there and hand water some of those trees than it would be to install irrigation, because the cost to install that irrigation for a long run like that and dig into the street, it'd be potentially $100,000+. So we can pay him a long time to stand out there and hand water some of those trees. That will not be the case long term, right? I mean, as we continue to plant trees, we would always want them to be irrigated, and we will add irrigation when we do the arboretum. But we wanted to get those trees in, and our prior forester planted all those trees on Berthoud Parkway and on Mountain Avenue, like at south of Wagner, as an example. But we've added trees to the bike park and other places where there's not currently automatic irrigation, so those have to be hand watered at least to get them established for the first few years. So pump upgrade to their water truck. Otherwise, pretty straightforward stuff for them. And again, this doesn't carry a big balance, and that's because mostly we're putting money in from the general fund to cover expense. So we do carry some small balance there, but most of this activity is getting subsidized by the general fund. And you'll see that in other funds like the cemetery that we'll talk about in a minute as a good example. Larimer County Open Space Fund. These are open space taxes that are routed to the town. We don't have any personnel budgeted in here, but we do have some open space related expenses. We need to do some continued boardwalk repairs down at Hillsdale. So the Hillsdale Park, goes through the Dry Creek corridor. There's a lot of there's some creek space, but there's also kind of standing water and riparian areas down there. We have some boardwalks that go through across that water, and just some repairs there. Increased maintenance for Jaskowski, anticipating that we will open that to the public in 2026. So where we don't have a lot of expense out there today, we will have some related to just keeping it clean and handling any sanitation or restroom buildings, that kind of stuff. And then a placeholder expense for new open space acquisition. Again, money from the 1998 1% fund and that parkland dedication fund that I talked about before, that gets transferred into this fund, saved in one place, and then we budget an annual expense basically just to keep that balance. We're carrying over those expenses even if we don't spend it, so that we're building up a reserve balance in this fund for those acquisitions. But it's $300,000 a year that we set aside for that. And again, you can see that open space acquisition of $300,000. That's not for a planned acquisition. That is an expense intended to carry funds over from year to year.
If I could.
Sure.
In addition to that, setting aside $300,000 per year, where would we be drawing additional funds if we were to make an acquisition? I know
probably from the 1998 1% fund is our other fund that is primarily dedicated for open space. It has a few more allowable uses, but that's our biggest fund that would give us some ability to purchase those. I will say one of the things. From our perspective, from a staff perspective, the acquisitions that we've done the last couple of years, we talked about this at the study session, but I'll bring it up again. We've expended, millions in open space acquisition with the Beefus Farm and the Shaw Farm. We intend to subdivide off the residential portions of those. There's like a single house that the town, we don't really have use for a small historic home, so we intend to subdivide off a few acres and sell that, and then take that money and put it back into the pot. So we would do that for both the Beefus Farm, but then the Shaw Farm, once it's conserved, we would subdivide off the river corridor and keep it. And then we would likely take the remaining farm portion, create a conservation easement so it can't ever be developed, but create a single building envelope for a house, and then sell that farm portion for somebody else to operate a farm from here to, in perpetuity while we keep the river corridor. And then again, that money would go back into our pot. So our hope is that we'll spend some money, we'll do some conservation work, we'll sell it, and then we'll use those proceeds. Obviously, we're going to get less back in proceeds than we spent, because we're only going to be selling a small portion of those farms, or a restricted portion of those farms. But that will help to supplement those funds that are set aside. And we've also talked a lot with property owners along the corridor. There's only a handful left on the Little Thompson River corridor piece to connect the pieces that we've already acquired or that are part of development. And we're pretty confident that most of those are more likely to be conservation easements or trail easements rather than acquisition and fee like we've done with some of these others. So we may not own hundreds of acres there, but they may be conserved and available for future trail access and other kind of public value.
I don't know if you'd have off the top of your head what Larimer County's been kind of seeing on their returns for turning over these. I mean,
so
I don't 50%, 40%.
I don't know. I don't have the specifics terms of the deal that they're trying to work on the Malchow farm. So they they bought that on the southwest side of Berthoud. The town helped contribute some funds to that. They're going through the conservation and then sale process, but I don't know the terms of that deal, so I'm not really sure I know the answer to that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and some of that depends on how long we hold it, right? I mean, if we held it for 4 or 5 years and suddenly prices skyrocket again, we might end up getting a good chunk of it back. If prices continue to be depressed and the overall residential or property market isn't strong, but we choose to sell it, we may not get quite as much back. My suspicion is it also depends on the nature. So like the Beefus farm is 100 plus acres. We'd only be selling like 3 acres of that. But it will have the house on it, so there'll be some added value there, but it'll be a small portion of what we spent to acquire that farm and the water. The Shaw farm, on the other hand, we'd be selling the majority of that farm after we subdivided off the river corridor and all that floodplain and all that stuff. We kept that, so I would expect to get a higher return on that one. So a lot of it's kind of property specific. Good question, though. Cemetery fund. This one just continues to operate.
I do have a question. So the columbarium and the full-size ones are still very similar. And I know we talked years ago about maybe separating that so there's more of a differentiation. We kind of want to encourage columbariums, don't we? Kind of make it away from the bigger plots because we'll eventually get out of land, or no?
Yeah, I mean, I think practically speaking, we only have a certain number of plots left. So we do have some columbariums that take up obviously a lot less footprint. I don't know that we encourage them or not, but we do have them available. We do have some area to the west of the current cemetery where we would expect to expand in the future. And you might recall we did a kind of a concept plan for what that might look like. So that's something we will likely want to do in the coming years. It's not necessary today, but I mean, at some point we're going to be out of space at the cemetery. So we're looking ahead at kind of what does that future expansion look like.
Or somebody got a rocket facility out east and we can start launching.
That might be something people want to do. I mean, I could.
Why is this called an endowment fund?
Because there was money that was kind of set in there to begin with, but it does not generate enough money. And,
Oh, it does.
And we sell lots, and that money goes into the pot to maintain it. The lot sales don't pay for it, and we don't have ongoing fees that are charged. So once you own that lot, we take care of it, but we don't charge you a fee to do that. So the general fund subsidizes this. And again, we carry a pretty minimal ending fund balance here because this is being heavily subsidized by the general fund primarily.
So just real quick, with the project to improve and increase the cemetery design, that's going to be out of a capital project fund, not this one.
It would not come from this fund. It would have to come from the general fund, likely out of general fund reserves in the future.
And are we budgeting funds for that for the next calendar?
Not in this calendar year, no. We're not in a place where we need to do that expansion yet. We've got years left before we have to make that expansion. And actually, we don't have to make the expansion at all. That's a choice we choose to make. We could just keep the cemetery the footprint that it is today, or we could choose to expand it into other areas. That would require some landscaping, some extension of roadways, and construction of columbarium and that kind of stuff. But a lot of that really, I mean, from a practical standpoint, is discretionary. We don't have any lot sales in that area. It's not like anybody's entitled to be buried there. It is just an empty piece of ground today. So that's really a discretionary choice for the board to choose to expand the cemetery or not. Once it's full, it's full.
And remind me about the design improvements that we approved. When are those slated to take effect?
So you guys reviewed the concept plan and provided some direction, but you haven't approved any improvements. And we do need to do some things like improve the bathroom facility out there. It's old and it's gross. Outside of that, there's not a lot of other major improvements that need to be made out there. The one thing that would really benefit the cemetery is underground irrigation, but there, as you can imagine, in a cemetery,
A lot of sleeping folks that way.
yeah, and in the area where there's a lot of trees, that's a very difficult thing to do. So, for the time being, we move irrigation by hand, above ground in those areas, and then the areas where we have flat markers, we don't have trees, we have irrigation there, and you can tell the difference. But
to Trustee Albert's point, I mean, those concepts we looked at were fantastic. Do we have an implementation plan for those at all, like the Veterans Corner and all that stuff?
So we see those primarily as part of the expansion of the cemetery, but we don't have that currently planned. Yeah.
I don't recall, but was fencing part of that?
I don't recall actually off the top of my head either.
I
I
don't know
think
why,
there
but I
is
thought
some
it was.
fencing.
There's some nice iron fencing.
Some
like
replacement of the
around
fencing around.
the, Mount Avenue side.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm a little disappointed to see that that's not included some type of movement in that project. So we looked at it. This is a landmark historical key component to Berthoud. I mean, it sounds silly, I think, unless you're walking through that, you realize how important that space is. And so when we looked at those designs, I was hoping to see something in the next year for improvements, even some fundamental improvements, so that people can enjoy that space more when they're out there visiting loved ones or, you know, at a certain type of event, you know. And the gates on the south end really are lacking. They're just not paying honor, I think. And then the veterans corner area that we looked at too, that was a great opportunity too. So I just, for what it's worth, I'm, you know, disappointed that that didn't make its way in some scale to this budget.
Sure.
When do you think about that replacement on the bathroom? No concrete plan on it?
I think that can be driven largely by you. If you'd like us to prioritize money to do that, I mean, the bathroom replacement is probably not a major expenditure.
Oh.
Especially as sewer infrastructure is getting developed as part of the Farmstead project. So that's part of the reason why that didn't make any sense before. We don't really have a lot of sewer infrastructure in that area.
Great, because it's a pit toilet now. So.
Yeah. So that can be done, and we can prioritize some funds and add that into the budget and show you where we could both design and maybe install a new restroom and consider improvements to the fencing and gates for the existing cemetery. We could do that as part of this budget. If the board would prefer that we add some funds to that.
But I don't want to waste your time either if we don't want to look into that bathroom yet. I mean,
I think it's definitely, I mean, you know, as Trustee Albrecht, I think reasonably points out, you know, we need to make a plan to do that. We just don't have one today. So it's not that hard for us to budget some money to make that plan and then make those improvements if we can get them done for a reasonable cost. And that's something we could definitely bring to you in 2026.
Well, and it reminds me of you know, some of our strategic planning sessions where we've discussed taking care of what we already have before building new. And so when we talk about putting millions in new amenities, it really, you know, does damage to me to, you know, our community, that we don't take care of what we already have first. And so I think of that as something that we have that we need to at least look at what the, you know, basic needs that need to be improved. Bathroom, the aesthetic, at least on when you're driving down a mountain. I don't know, just something that occurs to me.
It doesn't sound like it's a massive.
I don't think a restroom and fencing is major expense. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the expansion is something that we need to make a bigger plan for, but
find some money or put an impact fee on. But I was joking on that one, but yeah, that would be great. That was just my thought with the bathroom. That'd be great if we all agree to look in on it.
Sure. Yep, we could definitely do that and include some funding in this budget that we can bring back to you on the 9th to do that. Yep. Bats, as we've talked about quite a bit over the last few months, there's a lot of conversations happening with Raft. You know, they presented to you recently. What we are planning here in this budget is to continue status quo, knowing that there's likely to be a significant change. That could take a couple of different forms. We do still have the money kind of pegged for the microtransit project. Haven't spent any, haven't received it, haven't spent it, but it is authorized from the federal government. So we're just kind of waiting to make that decision. Do we move forward with Raft in a different way than we are today, or do we do microtransit or some combination of both? But all that's continuing to get worked on. So what you see in the budget is just a carryover of expense, no increases in staffing, no increases in service levels, just continuation of what we do today.
The city of Fort Collins transfers, looks like it stops. Is there a reason?
No, that really probably should continue on forward. So I don't have it in front of me, but you know, unless they stop the service, we would continue to work with City of Fort Collins to do that. We do authorize that on an annual basis, so we'd just be making some guesses, but I think that's probably a reasonable thing to show in future years. So it's a good question. Like I said, I don't have it in front of me, but that makes sense.
And to clarify, we are still expecting that federal grant money for microtransit?
Only if the board wants us to move forward with microtransit. So part of what's holding that up right now is just this ongoing conversation with Raft about what does the future of transit look like in Berthoud. So if Raft becomes our transit provider, like they proposed to you at a previous meeting, I don't think that we would move forward with microtransit. I think there's reasons not to do that.
When you make a comment like you're waiting to hear from the board, can we maybe get a listing of what those things holistically might look like that you're waiting for feedback on?
And when I say waiting, I don't mean that it's in your court. It's in our court. We're just
Okay.
not prepared to ask you for that feedback yet.
Oh,
So
okay.
we've been having these task force meetings with RAFT, and at some point we'll come to you and hopefully make a recommendation
I
about
want to
what
make
to
sure
do
we're
next.
not dropping the ball.
You are
on
not dropping the ball.
following up on
Yeah.
something. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
One other comment on this: that $850,000 for the transit study, that just sounds rich to me. Can you comment on that?
Sure. So that was based on a very high level estimate that we received from a microtransit provider. We interviewed a couple of them as part of our grant application process. So we had an idea of what we might need to ask for. What that basically would entail is currently we provide effectively door-to-door transportation service. You schedule it 24 hours in advance. You call a number. Our transit supervisor schedules a ride for you. We pick you up the next day and take you from wherever you're at in town to wherever you need to go in town. There's some limitations on that, but overall, that's kind of how the system works. We have one full-time employee and one part-time employee that operate that system with the couple of buses that we have. And by bus, I mean like a 12-passenger bus, not a van, but not a transit bus. Yeah, like an airport shuttle kind of vehicle. You've seen them around town. The microtransit is, at least as it was envisioned in kind of the initial service model scenario, would be, and so that operates 5 days a week, and RAFT helps to provide rides in the times that we're not available or to places that we will not go. So they take people out of town. We go to Loveland, to a couple of specific locations.
But I'm speaking more. It's defined as a study, and it's $850,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just didn't update the. You're right. That would be rich. I don't think we changed the title of that line item. So we did a transit feasibility study. That's what generated the grant. I just think we need to change the title.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's a reasonable
just
catch.
$1 million for a study sounded.
No, this
bit
would be
high.
this would be to implement microtransit.
I got
with,
it. Thank you.
6 vans and drivers operating 7 days a week and significantly expanded hours where you could schedule a ride in 15 minutes.
Good.
It's a totally different kind of sorry, that's probably a label issue. Again, don't have it in front of me, but I think I know exactly what you're talking about. So, good catch. Yes, definitely not $850,000 for a consultant study.
If I could, on the BATS funding, whether we get that 850 or not, it looks like the solvency of that account is in question. Would we be infusing that from 98 in the future to maintain that?
We infuse that from 98 every year. That fund has never paid for itself, so it only generates a few $1,000s.
Like $100, I think.
Like literally just a few $1,000s.
Yep.
That service is paid for almost entirely with the 1998 1% fund and then a handful of other minor revenue sources associated with transit activities.
Okay.
So it is a heavily subsidized service through the 1998 1% fund.
Gotcha.
But great question. And transit will never pay for itself. I mean, that's the reality. So that's a qualitative decision that the town board makes to provide that service. Road Impact Fund, the fund number 40. This is fees collected from building to mitigate their impacts to our road network. The only 2 projects currently budgeted in there, the Spartan Avenue crossing, which we've been budgeting and carrying forward for years. I think that project was underway for years before I got here. That's been a very long effort. The construction plans are done. They have been reviewed by BNSF. Right when we got finished, the Public Utilities Commission initiated a new rulemaking procedure for operations and maintenance agreements between towns and the railroad for new crossings. So we kind of push pause to wait for that rulemaking effort to occur. That has occurred. So we're picking that back up with our attorney who specializes in the railroad and PUC issues to get through that Public Utilities Commission process to negotiate a deal with BNSF for a new road crossing.
So that's where Spartan dead ends, essentially just west of the railroad, right?
That's correct.
A little bit of space between the actual track, but so that would extend that Spartan all the way through.
Spartan would connect across to what is Nebraska on the east side of the tracks. We own all the right-of-way. We've already purchased the right-of-way we need to build that road, with the exception of the right-of-way that the railroad owns that they'll never give us, but will give us access to, hopefully. So we're kind of keyed up. It's just getting through the PUC and the railroad processes. We have a new capital projects manager, Danny, who I think you guys have met. He came to a previous meeting, but he's picked that project up to hopefully get it across the finish line. So, like I said, the plans are done. The technical details of the crossing have been reviewed by BNSF, but we have to get through the legal process to get the rights to cross their right of way. And that requires some effort through the Public Utilities Commission as well. So I've heard that could be 6 months or 6 years. So I really don't know what to expect. I don't think it will be 6 years, but some of that depends on BNSF's position. And I think that's a totally unrealistic number, but it sounds good when you say 6 months or 6 years. So, assuming we get through that, we would want to start construction on that extension. Like I said, it's been planned for a long time. What that will ultimately do is connect County Line Road, hopefully to 287. That's a whole nother issue with CDOT that we won't get into tonight, but the expectation is that Spartan will continue across the Legacy Park project and connect to 287 at a traffic light that Legacy Park is obligated to construct. And they're working through with CDOT right now with the town support, but that will create another east-west route from County Line Road to 287, take some pressure off Mountain Avenue as the community grows in the future. And then some crosswalk and signal improvements at County Road 14 and Berthoud Parkway. We have a crosswalk there. We have handicap ramps and sidewalks that the town built and that the Heron Point developer built, but we're going to add a pedestrian crossing signal. That signal itself is marginal in its value. It will need to be upgraded at some point in the future, but this would be some just minor upgrades to improve the crossing on the south side of that intersection. And again, what you'll see is in 2025, we budgeted a little over $5 million for the Spartan project. We didn't spend most of that this year as we're trying to work through those legal processes. So we brought that expense down in 2025 and basically just carried it over to 2026. There is still some funding in there for other road widening and intersection improvement projects that we will need to make in the coming years, but and those will be replenished as building occurs. Retail marijuana tax, there's a 7% tax on marijuana sales in town. No personnel are budgeted in this fund either. It is restricted to the uses approved by voters when that tax was approved. It's primarily youth, public safety, parks and rec, and some street improvements. And so we do fund our Youth Advisory Commission activities through that fund. And one of the things that we've talked to you about before that we'll be including some funding for is a trip to Washington, D.C. for them to participate in the National League of Cities Conference. That's something that the city of Loveland does. So Amanda, who's our staff liaison to the Youth Advisory Commission, as well as the other board liaison and other adult liaisons, are trying to help figure out how to make that work. But we'd like to include some money to do that. And it may be worth having the board attend the National League of Cities Conference as well. So it might be a great trip for everyone included. And there is actually money in your travel budgets in order to accommodate that if that was something that we wanted to do a bigger effort. That fund also helps to pay for some sidewalk replacement. So we've been prioritizing sidewalks out of this fund in downtown. We do some other sidewalk replacement out of the 1998 1% fund in other parts of town, but we would continue that this year. Some improvements to the bike park, just some shade structures and the addition of a kids track. There's some conflicts between little riders and big riders on the existing pump track, so we want to create a little smaller track for the little kids, which should be a really cool addition. Again, a funding transfer for Richardson Park in order to make that project work, if that's something you choose to do at a future meeting. And then ongoing funding for the contracts that we have with Wildfire Arts, Historical Society, and Golden Links. So they provide services to the town under contract. Wildfire is our arts provider, so they do, I don't know why I'm losing steam. They do like fine arts programs, dance, other art stuff that we contract for through them, and then they are in our recreation brochure, and we handle registration for them, and then they provide the services at their facility. That's a great partnership.
Help with the concrete wall there next to the snow cone?
It is, yeah. So they're the ones managing the street art program. The Historical Society, just as a reminder, I think you guys all know this, but we contract with them to do a variety of things for us. They support our HPAC efforts. They do some traveling historical displays, and they operate the museum that we will own if they dissolve. The way that deed is written, if the Historical Society went away, the museum becomes the property of the town. So I'd love to have them continue to operate it and not us. Anyway, so we contract with them to do a variety of historical. They do some historical talks and programs as well. I was all part of that contract. And then Golden Links provides some senior programming for us. We do some senior programming through the rec center, and we also contract with Golden Links to do some trips out of town and some other senior activities, games, and meetings. And that's been a fruitful relationship as well. We'd like to continue all of those things as we go forward.
I do have a question on that fund.
Mm-hmm.
So if I understand this correctly, because Loveland approved sales of retail marijuana, we can expect that our revenues might decline. And are we anticipating that? And what parts of our budget could that impact?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to touch that. We did see a slight decline, not a whole lot, and we're planning for basically flat revenues moving forward. So I think we're going to be fine, and that would only affect this fund. It wouldn't affect anything else. We have, as you'll see, we collect a little over $600,000 in revenue. The expense subtotal this year is big because we would be drawing down that balance to support the Richardson Park project, like we talked about at the previous meeting. But the annual ongoing operational expenses are below what we collect in revenue. So unless you wanted to continue to do big drawdowns for other capital projects, which you might want to do after a couple of years when that fund replenishes, you'll see that there's an increasing fund balance expected just as a result of that work. We also will plan to do, we're getting through a lot of our sidewalk replacement, so we still have money budgeted for sidewalk replacement in another fund, but we wouldn't continue that in future years unless we felt like there were high priority areas and we needed this fund. It could certainly support that work.
That was the other question I had, is with the sidewalk replacement or repair plan that we have. That was a 5-year plan?
That was a 5-year plan. I think we're in year 4. And so when we get through, in that 5th year, we'll do an update and we'll prioritize additional sidewalks. We've been able to make a significant amount of progress. There are definitely some areas in downtown that still need attention. But like I said, we have money budgeted in another fund to help support that effort too. Thankfully, the new subdivisions, we don't have to do sidewalk replacement there, and we shouldn't for decades if those hold up like they should. That's the beauty of concrete work. It should last a long time, in theory anyway. So I think we're largely covered on the sidewalk front, but as we do that updated 5-year plan, we'll bring that back to you in a future year. The 1998 1% sales tax fund, so that was approved by voters in 1998. It does not have a sunset, and it was intended for street improvements, BATS, the library that the town owned at the time that we no longer own is a separate district, parks, and open space. I think I got that list right. What's included in this, we do not pay for ongoing operational expenses in this fund. We do pay for sidewalk replacement that we do under contract. We do fund BATS, so I guess you could call that ongoing operational expense. Is a very small portion of what this fund generates in revenue, but that is an ongoing expense that would need to occur in order for BATS to continue to operate. We have funding for street improvements based on our 5-year plans. We've had some big ticket items the last couple of years, like when we redid 2nd Street, that was a really large expense. South of Mountain Avenue, but we won't have those kind of major replacements where we're doing full rebuilds for several years. So most of what we're transitioning to is more of like routine maintenance, asphalt overlays, seal coats to limit water intrusion into the asphalt and things like that. But those are much less expensive. So we should be able to continue to do our 5-year plans, and we are updating those with some really unique technology hopefully next year using AI and cameras that you can drive around. It'll automatically identify all the things that need to be done and what your pavement condition is. And anyway, pretty slick stuff. We do have that savings to the open space fund I already talked about, but $150,000 comes out of here annually to go into that pot in the open space fund for new acquisitions. We have a little bit of money budgeted to design additional landscaping at I-25. So we did some very limited landscaping as part of the art installations and the roundabouts, but the medians as you approach the roundabout and some of the areas around the roundabouts, CDOT will never install landscaping there. So if we want it, we got to design it and pay for it. We'd like to design some improvements out there. Those probably still be very low maintenance, very natural, but some additional trees and shrubs and grasses to improve what is a pretty shabby looking area around the roundabouts. The roundabouts themselves look great with the as that landscaping is filling in. It needs another season or two and it'll look really good. But the artwork and all that's fine in the center, but it's the area around those that need some additional touch. So we'd like to design some of those improvements.
Now around do they have irrigation?
They do.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Already...
So we did install irrigation. We installed sleeves under the road for areas where there's not currently irrigation. We did all that as part of that roundabout project, but we'll just need to continue to expend some money over the next couple of years to spruce that up a little more. And then again, fund transfers from the 1% sales tax fund into the capital fund for the Arboretum in Richardson. And again, what you see is a big drawdown to transfer that money into those projects, and then the expectation is that those that fund will rebuild its ending fund balance after we make a couple of those big one-time capital expenses, with the hope and expectation that we're not doing another one of those for 4 or 5 years at least. And lastly is our 2019 1% fund. This is the last current fund. We will talk about the capital fund briefly, but we've already talked about most of those expenses. The 2019 1% sales tax fund is where we pay for the rec center from, so it does have personnel expenses there. Our staffing for rec center management and aquatics. We actually do have some other just general recreation expense in that fund. That's one of the allowed uses, but it's primarily to run the rec center. Is the ongoing operational expenses. It also is where we pay the annual payments for the COPs for the rec center. It comes out of the 2019 1% fund. The only real projects above and beyond the annual operating expenses, we're not asking for more personnel. There's no significant changes to what we do there. Some tweaks to programming and stuff, but all that can be done kind of within existing budgets. Is some pool repairs. There's some areas where the plaster's coming off, and those just need to be patched and repaired. We're going to try to do that for a couple of years to see if we need to do a more thorough plaster repair, but I think we could just do some patches for a few years and be fine. And then the Arboretum and Richardson Park again, big capital expenses that are identified here, but we'll need to make a decision on about before we ever spend those funds. So some big park improvement expenses here. The ongoing current COP, if you did choose to issue a COP or go to the voters for a bond to build something like Richardson, those expenses would be future years, not in 2026. And the ending fund balance would get drawn down in order to help support the cash expenses portion of those projects. You can see that we budget revenue at levels kind of below prior years. So like what we actually collected in tax revenue in 2024 was $5,600,000. Part of that is because building was higher in 2024. So while the total number of tax revenue in this fund might be less, the general retail sales number is effectively flat or with a very mild inflationary adjustment. The decrease in total revenue is from that projected lower building, just so we're clear about that. So if we get, there are some large commercial projects that are currently in the pipeline, either through ongoing meetings or actual applications that have been submitted. Those open will have additional sales tax revenue we're not including in here, but we also shouldn't plan for because they may or may not ever open. And We're also not planning for any significant increases in ongoing tax revenue. Again, beyond some inflationary adjustment.
There's a $2,500 fee. All the other fees like are ongoing, but there's a pickleball fee that starts next year. Do you know what that is? Or revenue? I'm sorry.
So that's just a new program that we don't currently offer. So if anytime we add a new program that's not currently there, then we include some projected revenue, hoping that we'll get some good registrations from that. But there should be a corresponding expense for that new program as well.
Yes. Okay. So that wouldn't be income from like a tournament, but that's for like an ongoing, like you sign up for your own team type thing.
I honestly do not recall whether or not that's tournament revenue specifically for pickleball. But if it's a new line item, it's typically a new program that we don't currently offer.
Makes sense.
I just noticed in most of these funds there is an expense for pension. Is that like legacy or
No. Well, what we identify as pension is not actually pension.
Okay.
It's just retirement expense.
got it.
So it's
Okay.
probably not really it's just always been called
Historical
pension for
pension.
as long as I've been here, so it just stayed pension.
Got it.
But we don't, like I said, we don't offer pensions to town staff.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good question. Okay, and lastly, the capital fund, Fund 60, that is new this year. Again, we've already talked about it in detail, I think, but happy to answer any questions that you have. What you'll see is that we have some transfers that we would adjust as part of this year for money that was currently budgeted. We would transfer into this fund, so you'll see that in that 2025 estimate. And then new transfers in. All of this would be transfers in. The capital fund will not have its own revenue source. There's no taxes or anything that this fund generates. 100% of the revenue in this fund is actually a transfer from another department. That creates some weirdness from an accounting perspective that Cindy could probably better explain to you than I can. But because it will ultimately kind of double count revenue. So I'll show you that on the next slide. But we're also going to show you what it looks like where you don't see that revenue. That revenue happens in a different fund, but then it also counts as revenue in this fund, even though it's just a transfer.
Most of these items, the revenue is relatively close to the expense, but except the Spartan Avenue. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, and that's because largely we don't really think we're going to actually be able to construct that this year.
Okay.
So while we're transferring the money in there, or we would expect to transfer the money in, we'd be holding that to construct that project, but a lot of that just depends on whether or not we get through that PUC process. If we do, we would put that project out to bid. When we brought it to you, we would have you supplement this budget through a resolution to add the expense to this account.
So it kind of goes in the ending balance, and then next year it would come out of that as an expense.
It would come out in 2027 as an expense.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
And what you'll see is on the Arboretum and the Richardson Park expense, really all we've done from an estimating standpoint is just say 70% of that expense or 65% of that expense would occur this year and 35% would occur in 2027, knowing that those projects aren't going to happen all within one fiscal year. That could be a little bit different. The intent would be to transfer all the money in necessary to build that project and then carry over the expense to next year. If we didn't spend it all, we'd put it in the 2027 budget.
And what's the $1.5 million estimated for 2025 for the Arboretum?
That's just money that was currently budgeted to transfer into this year, and then the rest would all get transferred in next year as part of next year's budget.
So it won't necessarily be spent. It'll go into the ending funding in 25, roll over to 26.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you talk about the downtown building renovation funds and what that's going toward?
Yep. And that's just revenue to continue to support the redevelopment of that project. So for the ongoing design expense and for, some money for construction. I met with the design team earlier this week. There's going to be some of the site development expense is going to be higher than what we'd planned. The retaining wall is going to need to be removed and reconstructed. We're still hopeful that we can do that project within our what is a pretty low budget, but for reconstruction of the parking lot, addition of utilities, and then some facade improvements. But that's the Sunoco building. Sorry.
And that's none of the interior fit, right?
None of the interior fit.
Exterior.
Correct. Just site development and exterior facade improvements. The interior would be done by future tenants, except for maybe a portion of the building we might want to construct and keep ourselves. Yes.
Do you have an estimation of per square foot for the interior for our section of the space as well as the parking lot? Are those separated?
So we've talked about per square foot costs. There's some big ticket potential items that we still have to sort out from a structural standpoint. So like that building wasn't designed to hold HVAC units and fire sprinkler systems. Structurally it wasn't designed for that. So we're working through some creative solutions to that. I think that we'll be able to do, but some of that will drive some of that interior refinish cost. We've talked to some contractors, depending on the level of finish and the extent of the finish. We're kind of estimating $150 to $200 a square foot for like the H&S space, which we won't be paying for. They will, but just as kind of a planning number for them. And then we would expect something similar on the south end. The finish quality will be different. We would expect the interior finish to be pretty open and industrial for the kind of retail restaurant space, but the cost of a kitchen and a commissary kitchen and some of the restaurant space will be driven ultimately by whoever the future tenant is. So we don't really have a planning number, but again, we're not planning to spend the money to finish that space. We would expect the future tenant to cover those tenant improvements. If there was some support from the town, we would likely do that and through rebates of taxes paid or fee waivers or similar incentives that we would do in other areas of town, like we just did for B-Town, for instance.
And on the parking lot, is that per square foot or total?
So a lot of that, again, we have good per square foot numbers from like an asphalt and concrete standpoint. A lot of that depends on how heavily we landscape. We're still working on, the cost to do the retaining wall. We don't have a number for yet. So that's not something we had originally intended to spend money on. But I think will ultimately result in a better site, at least what we've looked at from a concept standpoint. We would actually move the retaining wall, create some additional parking on kind of what I would call the lower level, and that will also give us some room to access it through a shared access agreement with the neighboring property owner. So anyway, there's some good improvements there. I think that our original planning number for the parking lot was $350,000 to redo the parking lot. So yeah, I don't know that we have a great per square foot cost.
Does that include relocating overhead utilities into underground, or it looked like I was over there the other day and we've got these poles that are coming up right next to the building.
We will underground the utilities when we tear that parking lot out, and we'll stub out some new utilities for future tenant spaces. I think based on some of the needs that we'll have, we have some stormwater challenges we've got to work out too. That we had conceived of, but I think we want to handle a little differently than we had originally intended. We were going to surface flow everything down to mountain, which is what it does now. We'd like to propose to you that we change the grading and underground a lot of that stormwater back to the detention pond to the north. That's a more expensive way to do it, but it's probably better long term. So, a lot of these design choices will have significant impact on the budget. So after we get through that kind of 10% site design phase, we'll come back to you with a more refined budget, and then there are some things that we could cut out of there, and like we could go back to surface flow and grade everything to drain back to mountain instead of putting it underground. Like I said, that's where it's kind of intended to go today. It doesn't actually make it to mountain, but it's kind of how it's graded.
Retaining walls falling over.
That's why the retaining wall's falling over, because the water sits and it's ruining that retaining wall. But yeah, we will bring a more refined budget to you when we finish that 10% design, and then we can make some cost decisions where we can value engineer money out of that if we need to. I know Brett likes that term. Trustee Wing.
I guess I'd see it definitely going in the other direction when we go to do this.
I would expect it to be more expensive.
150 is really rosy, I guess, right now. But obviously, like, it's hard to get a good picture without H&S right now. So.
Yeah. And, if depending on what happens with H&S, if, as Jerry told you tonight, depending on what happens with the referendum petition signatures, if they decided to voluntarily terminate their lease, we'd have a significant decision to make about what we do with that space. There are other uses that we have envisioned for it, probably all public, uses, although we could look at it from a private standpoint too. We've been meeting with other private retail, restaurant, office, co-working space operators and developers just to kind of see what kind of interest there might be out there. But 30,000 square feet would be a lot of space to fill if H&S doesn't go in. The building's half empty today, so and it has been for a very long time. So if it's half empty tomorrow, it's not going to kill anybody, but that will definitely change the calculus.
Mm-hmm.
Great questions. So from a total fund balance perspective, our current estimated beginning balances in 2026 would be in that $126 million range. I would expect those ending fund balance, that beginning fund balance, to actually be much higher than that when we get to the mid-year supplement, just knowing what we currently have planned, but that we're not going to do between now and the end of the year. Some of that will get rolled over. But after some of the big expenditures, and we're talking about some major capital expenses, if the board chooses to move forward with those, we draw those fund balances down into that $97 million range. So again, there's some kind of weird double counting. Like, we don't have $100 million in revenue. Cindy, I'm going to try to explain this. If I get it wrong, just slap me from behind. So, in terms of total revenue, we're really at like 51 million. If we count the capital project revenues, that includes a $28 million COP that you may or may not issue. So that revenue doesn't exist if you don't do that. And then the transfers in aren't new revenues, but it gets counted as revenue in that fund. Does that make sense? So that's where that kind of a little bit of double counting happens. But for all intents and purposes, we would expect to have a total ending fund balance just under $100 million across all funds. Any questions there?
No, a lot of work. Holy cow, good work. There's a lot.
I'm going to grab a water cup off my table, and if you think of questions, I'll come back.
Concessions, one light item for the, was $8,500 for I want to say concessions. I don't know if that was the word, but the only concessions we have are at the rec center, right? We have other. Or what else, I guess, do we sell or rent out?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was one area that we haven't touched on yet that I did want to discuss, and that was the increase in water rate fees and wastewater rate fees.
I'm going to get to those.
Okay.
But those are great
Thank you.
questions. Yes.
Just want to make sure we get to that.
I just wanted to pause at budget. We're going to talk fee schedule next.
Perfect.
Hopefully that'll be a lot shorter presentation. But any other questions about budget? If you have some, we'll come back to it too if something else comes to you that we haven't talked about already. Again, December 9th would be the proposed budget adoption night. Again, we'd like to bring to you a design contract to finish the Richardson Park design on the 24th. So you can have that conversation, sorry, not the 24th, the 25th, at your next regular board meeting. What we've included in the budget is a budget. It is not a commitment to a project or an expense. So even if that's there and the board chooses not to move forward with the Richardson Park project and you want to pivot and do something else, then the COP revenue would be eliminated as an expected future revenue, as would the expense. There's no requirement to spend the money that you budget, but what we're trying to show you is what it would look like if you did, based on the conversations we've had previously. So the fee schedule outlines basically all the rates and fees that we charge for the long list of things that we do. I know that spreadsheet is really small, so I know it's kind of hard to look at. Hopefully you're able to zoom in electronically to be able to, you didn't have to get out a magnifying glass, but just the way that it kind of prints out. The water and wastewater rates first. What is shown in the current fee schedule is a 5% increase in water rates and fees and a 8% increase in wastewater rates and fees. I included some numbers in your board memo. It equates to a couple dollars a month for low users, and maybe up to 8 to 12 to 14, depending on if you're a really high water user. So That was driven by an analysis that we did of all of our current expenses and future expenses necessary to continue to operate and maintain those systems. So, we talk about things like 5,000 linear feet of pipe replacement that needs to occur, that we need to start to execute in the coming years. Those are big ticket dollars, and so trying to make sure that we both maintain solid reserves, that we maintain enough revenue to issue bonds for improvements that may be necessary, along with the appropriate debt service coverage, and then make sure that we have a cushion to be able to operate in case we have some, revenue declines related to, super wet years and those kinds of things. So what we are including in here is, again, a 5% increase in water rates and fees and an 8% in wastewater. We have run the numbers, and I think we could probably do a 5% increase in wastewater as well, but it gives us a lot less comfort and cushion, and it equates to maybe $1.50 or $2 for the average user. And so from our perspective, this is a more conservative estimate, but we've got a lot of expenses. And on the wastewater side, we have some really big compliance-related expenses. We're going to have to make some major changes to our wastewater treatment facilities to accommodate ongoing regulatory demands, and those are in the tens of millions of dollars range. So these were based on our water and wastewater master plans, and again, the what we think is the ongoing revenue necessary to support those operations. There are some other fees added in. We've added fees to the hydrant meter deposit, new construction in order to use water for grading activities and dust control. They put a deposit down. They take a hydrant meter, it gets attached to a fire hydrant. That water gets measured and gets charged to the contractor that's doing that development work. We just feel like it's appropriate to have a larger deposit amount. It's both consistent with the market, but also their fees get charged against that, and so we also want to make sure we're not left holding the bag. And then there's some connection fees. These are for new development that are served by either a pump station or a lift station that doesn't serve everyone, but only serves a small geographic area that's tied to those. And so if there's new development that occurs in those areas, they would pay a fee to help expand those lift stations or pump stations in the future. That would be above and beyond our normal impact fees that everybody else pays. And again, that's specific to these facilities because they only serve a small portion of the town. They don't serve everyone in town. So questions about those two?
Could you help me remember when we did the 9% increase, how the years are turning into an amoebus blob?
Yeah.
How long ago was that 9%?
That was
increase?
2 years ago. And last year we did more of a kind of a CPI driven increase. I think that's right. Am I right about that? 2 years ago? Yep. I'm getting the thumbs up.
And so what was last year's increase?
2.9, is that right? 2.1, excuse me, 2.1%. So really low increase last year, but just to adjust for really based on the consumer price index and inflation rates. This year is higher than the inflation rates, and that again is based on that water and wastewater master plan that we did. So what we didn't have last year was a complete plan for the future, both from an operational and infrastructure demand. We are looking at other ways to reduce costs in the future. Currently, we operate both our water and wastewater treatment plant under contract, so we pay a third party to operate those facilities. It's possible that we could do that for less money, but that's a significant effort, and we'll have to hire several new people and have to make some major transitions in staffing and responsibility, liability. But that may be a way to bring down our expense in the future so that we can limit future increases that might be needed. But that's a big chunk of the expense of our facilities. And then chemicals and general operating expenses have increased significantly beyond, I think, what we'd even planned. So, and you'll see that when you look back at line items. But, I mean, you may be where we were spending less than $100,000 on chemicals. We might be spending over $300,000 now in just a few years. Some significant increases. So some of that we might be able to also bring down, but there's a handful of suppliers, and those chemicals are necessary in order to operate those plants.
I do appreciate you looking into ways to prevent continual increases. I'm sure you know, but every year that we have increases, there are people this affects tremendously, even if it seems insignificant.
Yeah. I mean,
On paper, it's significant when it accumulates over the last 2 years of increases, and if there's ways to improve our process, which I know Ken Matthews is doing an amazing job, and the projects that we have online are imperative, and so I understand these are for a reason, and it's very calculated. I just want us to keep, in our mind that this is impacting our residents' ability to live here effectively, and whatever we can do to bring these costs down for them is important to me, even if that's, changing our infrastructure to be, more economical for our residents and their communities.
If it's helpful, we could do another cost comparison to surrounding communities, just to give you a flavor for kind of where we're at.
That's what I was going to suggest, to see where we're at in relationship to other communities. And I know, I totally get your point, right? But I think we have to look at it from the kind of bigger surrounding communities, like where do we fall within that kind of number, right? And it's hard, any increase is hard for some folks to stomach at all, right? So,
Well, and
understand that 100%.
yeah, and we all know we're not the only thing getting more expensive, right? I mean, your gas bill's gone up, your electricity bill's gone up, your grocery bills have gone up. All of our bills have gone up, right? I mean, that's the reality. And so we recognize that even in the context, even if it was $5 for us, but it's $5 for electricity and $5 for, we get it. I mean, cumulatively, it's a big impact, right? And it's an impact to everybody. So we totally understand that. We will continue to look at ways to cut costs, and but we'll also show you within the region. I mean, we're kind of right in the middle. We still get criticized all the time for, Berthoud's water rates are so high, but that's really a legacy feeling from, years ago. I mean, we had 6 years of no rate increases at all, while other people were increasing rates significantly. And so where we might have been more expensive before, everybody else has kind of caught up to us, and now we're kind of right in that market. But we'd be happy to run that comparison again. We did that back in 2 years ago, and we did the 9% rate increase. We'll show you again kind of where we're at. But we are, and again, that's a hard conversation to have too. We've talked about this before. Everybody's systems are totally different,
Right.
and so
Really
an
does
apples
exactly.
to apples comparison between utilities is not really practical or reasonable, but at least it gives you an idea, right?
We
So
could just be looking at per gallon, but then there's like a $30 fee at the bottom.
when we do that calculation, we'll show you what an average bill looks like if you were
Okay.
like if you use 8,000 gallons a month. We'll include the baseline fee plus the usage fee, so in that way we would show you an apples to apples comparison. What I mean is that everybody's systems are different. Our treatment processes are different. The miles of pipe per 1,000 people is different. It's just they're different systems, but you also don't want to be so out of scale that you're like, well, why are we paying $100 a month and everybody else around us is paying $40? That's not the case, by the way. But if it were, that would be a reasonable thing to ask. So it's more of a check than it is a direct comparison. Does that make sense?
Right.
But we'd be happy to put that comparison together and show you again.
Right. Well, and I think being mindful too of the community sentiment that growth isn't paying for itself, that existing residents are having to pay for the growth, and so just whatever we can do to make sure that we're communicating effectively, that we're making sure that growth pays for itself and improving infrastructure, and that some of these needs are aging pipes that would have needed to be repaired anyway, right? And so I think some of that communication does help if opportunity exists for staff to, show and I know you guys have all those projects outlined, but helping break it down for people to understand, some of these things are not related to growth. This is ongoing existing needs that need to be addressed. I think that helps.
I appreciate that, and I think that's a good point to be made. And I appreciate that distinction, that the rates and fees that we charge are not to accommodate new growth. They are to operate the system and to maintain the system that exists for current ratepayers. There are reasons and cases where you may issue bonds to pay for future improvements improvements that might benefit future growth, but that are also necessary for existing customers. Like on the wastewater side, we're going to make improvements to the plant that are really necessary for what we do today. While we're doing that, we're going to create opportunities to expand in the future too. So that's why we're splitting funds between operations and future capital, right? So when we talk about splitting, and some of that's just, based on master plans and reasonableness calculations, right? Like the First Street sewer project, that Bacon Lake Interceptor, a portion of that is going to relieve an existing line that is deficient, and that line needs to be repaired with or without growth, right? That needs to get dealt with. So some existing ratepayers are going to pay for a portion of that, but all the area that's going to be built that will serve new growth, because it'd be silly not to do that while we're building that infrastructure, that'll get paid for with growth-related funds. So I think that's an important distinction. I appreciate that. We'll in our messaging, when we need to do that, we will definitely make that distinction.
New construction, there's all sorts of water efficiency, that point of the National Building Code. We have a lot of older residences in the core of downtown. There's been a program in the past of, more high pressure, restrictive flow shower heads, things like that, to try to conserve water and again kind of help keep our costs down. Yeah, there's some costs associated, but is there any federal grants or state grants or anything that we could explore potentially, especially for the core older buildings that don't have those same standards of construction?
The answer to that is yes and no. Yes, there are programs out there. No, we don't currently offer any specific to like low flow toilets and shower heads and those kinds of things. We do have money that we budget every year to do lawn replacement. We have some garden in a box. We do sprinkler evaluations where we'll help you set your sprinklers to the right amount to keep your lawn green, but without overwatering. Consultants come and do that work. And that's helped. We have another program through that I'm drawing a blank on, that we do through a company called Resource Central. But there are other opportunities. We're in the midst of wrapping up a water efficiency plan, or maybe we're done. We finished? No. One more round of kind of review and comment, but we're getting close.
Funded with some state funds.
That's right. So we did do a water efficiency plan with a grant that will outline some additional activities and implementation items that we would hope to implement in the future to reduce ongoing water usage.
Yeah, I think that's part of that whole messaging as well.
Yeah.
It's like we're not just raising rates, we're also trying to bring in these other tools to reduce your water consumption to offset any increase potentially of these more legacy homes. That's just part of the whole story.
And the biggest impact is outdoor irrigation, right? I mean, water use in the wintertime is a quarter of what it is in the summertime almost. I mean, it's not quite, but it's a lot. I mean, it's a significant difference. And that's where the significant amount of expense comes. Interestingly, I think generally speaking, the newer neighborhoods use more water, and you would expect that. I think they maybe have bigger lawns. They don't have any mature trees. Shade makes a big difference in how much you have to water a lawn. So when you don't have any mature trees on your property, you got to irrigate a lot more here because of the evaporative rates. So a lot of the older homes actually use significantly less water already anyway, even though they may have less efficient toilets and showers and that kind of stuff. But the vast majority of water use is outdoor.
Have we ever had to go to restrictive watering days in the past or anything like that?
No, we haven't had to impose any of those kinds of restrictions that I can recall. That's not to say that we haven't. We do limit when you can water. So our code already says you're not allowed to water during the middle of the day. It's, 10 to 4? Am I right off the top of my head? 10 to 4 or 10 to 6. You can't water in the middle of the day. 10 to 6. Thank you, Stephanie. So our codes, that's been in our code for a long time, but we don't have days of the week. Those are reasonable restrictions to make. They actually don't really impact people's ability to water their lawn, but it reduces the demand on the system typically, and it will reduce water consumption, even though lawns will stay green. But I mean, there's a whole lot of people in this town that significantly overwater. They're way overpaying for what they need, and we try to catch those. We try to door tag when we see, anomalies. We'll highlight those and try to identify leaks and those kinds of things. But
I agree. The Heron Lakes neighborhood is on non-potable for the yards. So you get 3 days a week. That's it. And some of those are big yards to try to farm that water around for
Mhm.
you know 2 hour period is all you get, right? And so it's definitely doable, you know, even with a newer yard.
Yep.
Some of them are non-pot.
Yeah.
And the
They're all
course,
supposed to
and the
be.
golf course water's in the middle of the day.
Yeah. And it's tough with a really big property like the golf course. You know, like at Wagner, if we watered all, we have like 100+ zones at Wagner. It's that big. And if we watered them all in sequence, it would take like 24 hours. I mean, so we have to split it up on days of the week. But I mean, it could be, you know, with a really big property like a golf course, it's pretty tough to water it all and not get into some daytime watering. But they also don't want to water during the day because they got people playing on it. So. On the stormwater side, we only have a 3% increase planned, and that's primarily an inflationary adjustment. On the building fees side, we have proposed an increase in the plan review fee for new building applications. Currently, it's 50% of the total permit fee, proposing to make that 65%, and that's actually driven by a code change. You know, the prior fee was based on like the I'm going to forget it off the top of my head, 1996 building code, and this would be based on the 2024 building code. So adjusting to make that change, doing some small increases in over-the-counter permit fees. So that's something you don't have to submit like and wait on weeks of plan review if you need to get a roof replaced or air conditioning, you know, a demo permit. Yeah, it's something you can come in, you can fill out that application. It's usually turned around in a day or two. So we call those over-the-counter permit fees, but an increase from $100 to $150 for those. An increase in building permit violation fees. Again, you know, we don't want to use those, but when we have issues, increasing those fees primarily for punitive reasons, but also to deal with the extra inspections and enforcement action that has to occur as part of that. And then some addition of other miscellaneous permit fees. Everything is in that fee schedule in your packet. The yellow is all the 2026. If there's nothing in that 2026 yellow column, it's because we're not proposing an increase. The only thing in that yellow column in your packet was the increased fees or the new fees. There are some new fees included in that schedule. But after hours or outside of normal business hour inspections, temporary construction trailers, if we have to hire an outside consultant to do an inspection that we can't cover with our existing staff or existing consultants, that is rare, but a fee to do that would be just billed at actual expense. But those are outlined in that fee schedule as well.
Mayor Karsbeck, it's 9:30. Could I make a motion to continue the meeting to completion?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you.
Thanks for sticking with me. I was joking and told everybody we were going to do this in 45 minutes. That was never going to happen, but we're getting there. So the big proposed change is in our planning fees, and so what the town has always done historically, as long as I've been here and before I got here, was to collect deposits and then bill against those deposits for staff time and consultant time necessary to do those reviews. That creates a couple of different problems. One, project proponents don't know what that cost is going to be up front. We give you an estimate, but every project's a little different. And it also creates a situation where project proponents think that we are their consultant because we bill by the hour. And so they will call and be frustrated and say, well, you shouldn't have spent 2 hours doing this. And maybe we should or maybe we shouldn't. If we spent 2 hours, it's because our planning staff felt like that was necessary to review their application. What we are proposing is that we would change that fee methodology to a flat fee for the first 2 rounds of review, with the goal that, and I don't know how small that is on your screen, so I apologize if it's really small, but this is just kind of a summary of the analysis that Ann and her team did. I asked her to try and generate a flat fee for these reviews. And so what she did is go back to 2023, 2024, and the first half of 2025 and look at what is the average expense that we build for these various types of projects. Some of those we didn't have any, and some of them we had several. And so it gave us a pretty good window into what does it actually cost the town in order to process these applications. Our goal is to do, again, that this initial fee would cover the first 2 rounds of review, and that if you had to go through a 3rd round of review, which you shouldn't, but lots of projects do, then there would be an additional deposit and expense associated with 3rd rounds of review and on. So that's what's in the packet. In general, this actually, for some projects, this would represent a reduction in fees, and for some it would be an increase based on what they had paid previously. Current projects that are already underway, we would continue with our current efforts. This would be for new projects after the beginning of 2026. And the reality is, we'll win some, we'll lose some. Some projects, those 2 rounds of review might be a little more expensive than what we collect in fees, and some might be a little less. But again, the intent is that in the aggregate, they would cover the expense associated with doing those planning reviews. It would provide more certainty to the building and development community for those reviews. They know what they're going to pay up front for those first 2 rounds. But it would also, again, change the nature of that relationship where we are not their consultant, but we are often viewed as their consultant because we bill by the hour to do those planning reviews. And we try to be really judicious. Like, we don't bill like an attorney. Like, every phone call that Ann receives, she doesn't. And no offense to attorneys, Attorney Smith, but, like, we're not billing in 15-minute increments for every phone call. Attorney Smith doesn't do that either, by the way. She's very judicious in her billing. But so we try to be reasonable in the way that we bill. But if we have an hour and a half long meeting with the applicant in order to review their project, we bill them an hour and a half for that time based on our billing rates. So,
well, I think that this will create some efficiencies for the staff too, because obviously they have to keep track of those hours and rate a bill and all those other things, and it's just death by a million paper cuts basically from an efficient standpoint. And again, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, and probably balance out about right, and you're going to save, I think, wear and tear on the staff and trying to keep track of all that stuff.
Could you speak to a developer doing 5 lots versus 200?
In terms of like a subdivision application?
Yeah, as far as the fees go, would they be literally the same?
Yes. If you were doing a 1,000-lot subdivision versus a 5-lot subdivision, your platting fee would be the same. It's probably reasonable to look at them differently. The vast majority of our projects are in the hundreds of lots range, so that's a reasonable question to ask. I can't recall if there's an allowance for that. I know that's something we talked about, but
everything rolls down to the cost for the consumer, right? So,
it does.
So if I have a fixed flat fee and I'm doing 5 lots, or I'm doing 1,000, then exponentially it's so much more for the smaller lots. That's why I'm asking the question, right?
Is 100% different. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep. So a fee for a minor subdivision, which would be the 5 lot, is different than a fee for a larger subdivision. You still have a traffic impact study to review. You still have the grading and drainage to review, whether it's for a small parcel or a very large parcel. Some of that review is still the same. You still have a narrative to review. You still have packets to prepare. You still have referral agencies to send out. Some of the administrative tasks are exactly the same. The review may be a little bit more complicated and more in-depth for the larger development than it is for the smaller development. And that's what hopefully you get through in 1 review instead of 2. So it does balance out.
You see where I'm coming from, though, right?
But yeah, that's
definitely see it. We did take a look at that when we were coming up with this, and really it was a very fair representation of what it truly costs across the board.
Okay.
Now, I will say, a minor subdivision is a small number of lots. What is the cap?
I believe it's 6 or fewer.
6 or fewer. So anything over 6 would be treated the same, no matter how big it is. Now, the likelihood of doing everything in 2 reviews for a small subdivision is very high. The likelihood of doing everything in 2 reviews for a 500-lot subdivision is much lower.
Okay.
And so there's a likelihood that those bigger subdivisions would have significantly more potential expense having to go through multiple rounds of review beyond those first 2. if they were very efficient and they did a very good job, the expense to review those projects wouldn't be significantly higher than the smaller minor subdivision. There are more plan sheets to review. There is going to be added expense, but yeah, it's a great question though. So, these are again just some kind of high level summaries of these various review categories. Again, what is the current application fee? What would the current first deposit be? Then we bill by the hour. What are the total current fees kind of on average? What would we propose them to be for those first 2 rounds of review? And then what is that additional deposit once you go beyond that? So we think this actually still ends up being very much within the market in terms of what does it cost to do a development here versus anywhere else. It is a little bit different fee methodology. So there are a lot of communities around us that bill. There are some that have flat fees, and the ones that have flat fees, these are generally in line. So that's a good thing, because what we think is our expense is generally in line with what it costs to review these projects here and in other places. We feel pretty confident that this will be a positive change for us and for the development community. But if it's not, we will certainly bring it back to you to consider a change.
And Administrator Kirk, if I may, we
Yes,
did
please.
present this to the development community
Oh,
at our May
thank you.
12th meeting, and the development community was appreciative of a flat fee versus the sliding scale and the unknowns.
And we didn't provide them every fee category and total cost, but they actually, that was a big part of what drove this conversation in our meetings with the development community and with builders. One of their biggest complaints was, we don't know how much it costs going into this. And we want some more certainty about what it costs to process a project. And I don't say this flippantly. A lot of them were like, look, I almost don't even care what it costs as long as I know what it is. At least I can plan for it. If I think it's going to be one thing and then I go through 4 or 5 rounds of review and it costs me 6 times what I thought it was going to, frankly, in a lot of cases, that's their fault, not ours. If you're going through 6 rounds of review, you're not listening, or you're not adjusting plans to be code compliant. We don't make discretionary changes, right? Really, but in any case, that was a big part of the feedback from the development community. So we're trying to address that in ways that benefits both the town and the development community.
Just real quick, I just want to make mention that this may seem like a small change in the grand scheme of everything, but it's efficiencies like this that your departments and your staff are continually doing. I don't know that I've seen a complacent moment in this town's history since I've been involved. I haven't seen any of the departments not always being creative and creating solutions and making things better and better. It's almost flooring sometimes how, no one's sitting still. Everyone's moving forward constantly. We're just trying to keep up with our understanding of it. That's how fast it's moving, is like us understanding how much things are constantly improving. So I just want to make mention, things like this might seem small, but they're not. They're big, and all of them are cogs in that wheel that make things run so well in Berthoud, and including the customer service. I think that's constantly getting better and better. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Our former community development director used to always tell me he was going to get a hammock for his office. And I said, that's great. Feel free to buy one. You're just never going to have time to use it. So go nuts. Hang it up in there if you want. And that's true. He didn't ever get one, by the way. So lastly, there are some increases in advertisement fees for our recreation brochure. So people pay for ads to go on our rec brochure, increasing those ad costs to help increase the cost of producing that. And then some other program cost increases to both be consistent with the overall market. Like our flag football program is way less than what other communities around us charge, but also to help cover expenses for that program. So, those jerseys are pretty pricey. They're NFL style jerseys. They're super cool. But so we have some increases in a couple of programs. For the most part, most of our programs we would expect not to increase prices on this year. And then we did add some new programs that are included in that fee schedule that the recreation staff would like to initiate, and we need a fee for that if they're going to be able to do that. So those are included in there as well.
Can you remind me, do we still have that program where if families qualify for assistance that their kids can qualify for reduced or free
We do.
recreation? Okay.
We do still have a scholarship program. H&S helps us to operate that and has for many years. So if you cannot afford to participate in recreation programs, we want you to, and there is an avenue to do that. So when people call, we do have the ability to send them that way and to help cover that through some scholarship. It doesn't get used real heavily, but it does get used.
And maybe more notice is needed, or
Could be. We typically only just offer it if somebody wants to participate and can't, and they call and ask. But we could probably promote that higher, sure.
I think that would be wonderful if we did.
And that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Right off the bat, wonderful job.
Yeah.
Whole staff of it. Yeah. All of you guys. This is just
As I've mentioned in the past,
Not
and I
like
will bring
last
it up
year was
again.
bad at all, but it's so nice.
Yeah, this is all the work of staff and Cindy. She puts an enormous amount of time and energy into this. We go back and forth with spreadsheets, and I'll make some tweaks, but it's the majority of this is her effort, and the effort of the staff. They are very budget conscious. Sometimes I'm sitting in meetings with them, talking about needs, and I'm like, well, don't you need this for next year? And they're like, man, we can do, we're fine. And so sometimes I'm like trying to push them to buy a new piece of equipment or to hire more staff. And they're like, oh, we're good. We're making it work. So we have a very budget conscious team. We have a very small team relative to our size and to the expense that we have. So, in relation to some of the communities around us.
I was
So it's a big nod to them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was curious, since your time here, how has staff changed? Like, has it doubled? Has it tripled?
It's about doubled. A big chunk of the increase is on the rec side, right? When we opened the rec center, we had to hire several new recreation full-timers, and we had hired a bunch of part-time employees that we didn't have before we had a rec center. But really across all departments, we've increased. I want to say we had 34 full-time employees when I started. Does that sound right? Maybe closer to 40, 38, something like that. And we're in the high 60s now. Is that right? Yeah. So, our town staff is roughly doubled in terms of full-time in the last 8 years. And our community's roughly doubled in size. So, you would kind of expect that to occur. We still rely very heavily on consultants and contractors to supplement staff. Like I said, we operate our water and wastewater treatment plants fully with contract labor. We do have utility staff that work in the distribution and collection system, and they support the efforts that go on at those treatment plants. But those things we may want to bring in-house in the future. We brought engineering in-house last year, but we still have to rely on consultant engineers because you can't do it all with one engineer on staff. But, the town will... It's easy for us to rely on consultants and contractors. They're a little more expensive on a dollar per hour basis, but in total, it's less than what we would spend if we had to hire somebody. And so once we're spending twice what it would cost or 3 times what it would cost to provide that service with staff, then we would talk about bringing those things in-house. But for the time being, they're pretty efficient for us.
There's there was a lot here, and it's really complex. And having run a business and written budgets and worked with my team, it's obvious to me that you work very closely with your team and your departments because you know what's going on. And there's a lot here. And there were a number of positive comments made just now. And I can't speak for everyone, but I have total confidence in your staff's governance of the town with regards to planning and the actions for the 2026 budget. And then I have one other question. I don't mean to put you on the spot here. How long have you been in your position?
Since January of 2018, so it'll be 8 years in January.
Okay. Do you recall, even ballpark, what the reserves were or the fund balances aggregately total when you got here?
I think they were 36 million.
And so this year, right now, they're 140 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
So congratulations.
Thanks.
That's just an outstanding job of managing this town and managing the finances. And that's something you and your staff should be incredibly proud of.
Thank you.
100%.
That's like I said, I have to give 99% of the credit to them. They do an incredible job I do take a very direct and active role in what we do. And I'm grateful to be able to do that. I have an incredible team. I love working with them. They're great people. They care about this town. They care about doing great things for this town. And, we've been able to spend an enormous amount of money on new capital projects, major reconstruction projects, and still increase our fund balances. And so,
You've set us up. You've set us up very well for the future.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate
you.
that. I believe we have. Any other questions tonight? We'll bring you back some additional information on the 9th. We'll bring you the design consultant contract on the 25th for Richardson. Again, you don't have to make the decision to build that. I'd like to have that conversation in a little bit more detail on the 9th prior to you approving this budget. So we would make that an agenda item prior to this item. I wouldn't expect to see a lot of changes between now and the 9th. If there are some minor tweaks, we'll bring those to you and outline them to you on the 9th, but otherwise it will look very similar to what you see tonight. If anything, you will likely see some reduction in expense between now and the 9th. We're still kind of working on a few of those details, but this represents, I think, what we see as the most conservative projection for 2026. So we appreciate sitting through that tonight. Thanks for listening to me talk. Big thanks to the staff that are here. I asked them to be here in case there were any specific questions. So they just got to sit, but the ones that are here are incredible. So
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Excellent
Thanks,
job. Okay, that concludes our regular agenda tonight. We do have 2 executive session items, but we will adjourn from there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we'll just move.
Mayor Karsbeck, were we going to do any additional comments? I thought we were just
we can
dealing
do-
with questions
Yeah, comments. Sorry.
on the budget.
Yeah, go ahead. Please.
I don't know if anyone else had any.
Go ahead, John.
Okay. Just wanted to dive into this. Thank you, Cindy, Chris, and staff for pulling this together. I think this is really critical to see where we're going and seeing the whole picture. In addition to what we had kind of talked about, one thing I wanted to bring up, which was in the 1110 account, we were not continuing the 110,000 for additional crosswalk lights this year.
Yep.
I had hoped to continue that item. That would be on page 17. If you guys want to look.
Is there a reason, Mr. Kirk, or is it we only just decided to do a single year on that?
Well, we installed a bunch on Mountain Avenue. We didn't use that whole budget, so there's probably going to be some rollover in 2026. But we didn't have any other specific spots identified, so we just didn't include any funding for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like we got funds rolled over, and we just need to identify more.
We do have some possible grant sources that could help to add some of those things in the future that we're exploring right now. So if we identify some spaces where we feel like we need to add crosswalk lights, we could do that either with our funds, or we could pursue grants for them if we didn't feel like they were as high of a priority. Excuse me.
The second thing I wanted to bring up, again, I really appreciate the breakdown of the capital projects and separating that from the rest of the budget and stuff. I think that brings a lot of clarity, as we've been pulling from all different accounts in the past, and I think this is a great way to do it. And I think my comments on the Sunoco building were kind of addressed. The last one, and I don't want to get into this discussion tonight, but I have very strong feelings about the Richardson item being included in this budget the way it has been. I won't expand on my comments tonight in the interest of time, but I won't be supporting this budget if that is included. And I would ask the board to seriously consider whether this needs to move forward right now in the 2026 budget. I'd be open to pulling that out right now.
Well, I think we're not approving anything tonight, so is that what you just?
I would love to see a clean draft of this, as well as an option for Wagner.
Is there any others that support that?
What was the comment? Sorry.
Just to remove, just as a placeholder, Richardson right now.
Remove it?
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Well, the
I want it
reason
in there.
I'm sorry. The reason I wouldn't agree to that is because a placeholder shows us whether or not we can afford it.
Yeah.
It's not saying that we're going to do it. It's just showing us, is this something we can even discuss? And the funding mechanism behind it. So we haven't decided the funding mechanism. We're just putting that in there to say, are those funds available for us to even have this discussion for 2026? And then if we approve it early in 2026, then they are there to begin whatever negotiation or loans we want to move forward in. Am I understanding that correctly, Chris?
That's the way I would see it too. I understand Mayor Pro Tem Murphy's point. We did include the funds in this draft because the board committee recommended to move forward with the Richardson pool option. At least as I understood it, I didn't attend the meeting, but that's the report I got. So we wanted to put that in here so you could see it. So we didn't hold that too long, knowing that you're going to both have to approve the design expense to finish up those efforts, and also so that you'd know what it looked like if you did choose to do it in 2026, that those funds would be available. They'd be keyed up and ready to go and require extra decision beyond that from a budgetary perspective. Again, even if it's in the budget, you have no obligation to spend it. The budget is a policy and planning tool. So what it is showing is realistically that would be the direction you would intend to go as a board and as a community. Again, you don't actually have to make that decision. There's several other steps you will have to vote to approve before any dollars get spent. If that makes sense.
I thought we weren't going to get into a lot of discussion on the parks and stuff tonight. Okay.
This was just related to us removing that item, which doesn't sound like there's support.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay. We can move on now to. I also didn't open up to the public, and now I don't see the public here. So
It's only staff left in the room at this point.
Yeah. Dang. All right. We'll turn it over for reports now. We'll start off with let's do Trustee Albrecht.
Nothing significant to report, but I do have, and I'm trying to think of how to word this. I do have a really important ask of my fellow board members and staff, and I'd like each of us to consider this as a opportunity to really build morale and take a moment instead of doing work to honor work that's already been accomplished. But I don't think we've done really a good account as a board and together with staff to talk about what we've accomplished in the last few years. I think just knowing from big projects to the nitty gritty, all of those things accumulate into something really impactful. To say that everyone's been working their tails off, and I think I would just like to see what everyone thinks that they're taking away as this was something significant we did in the last, however many years you've been on the board and a part of staff. What are some of those big things or little things that you think were huge? And even knowing that some of our staff has gone through certain trainings and improvements, personal improvements and professional improvements, and same with people in this room, some of the things that you've been a part of. Well, I think just seeing that, if each of us brings some of those things to the table to just really be able to celebrate at the end of this year what we've done and accomplished, because I can be one of those people who are just like a freight train, let's just keep moving forward and what needs to be fixed and improved. But if we don't stop and take an accounting of what we've done, I think we're going to lose sight of how incredible this town is and how incredible the people that are in this room are. And so if you guys could just consider bringing something to, December meeting or sometime in December, I want to just celebrate everything that you guys have accomplished, staff's accomplished, or what we feel like are those big things. Just, I don't know how to put that all in a package, but it would really mean a lot.
I love this. Yeah, I love it. You did a budget, or you did a PowerPoint one time.
The first I think 5 years I was here, I did a year in review kind of every year. We haven't done that the last couple of years, mostly just from a timing standpoint. It's kind of hard to get it all.
But that's something we could also post to the public.
100%. Yeah, and we did for a couple of years. That got published on our website. If anybody wanted to go see that presentation, I do think that there's some sense in looking back over the last 10 years. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff done over the last 10 years, and so maybe we could consider doing in January like a state of the city kind of review, event or presentation, and could have a video made. We could do a lot of stuff. I mean, I love that idea. That's definitely something we could put together.
I mean, I feel like now it feels like COVID right now. It's just the same. one problem on top of another,
Right.
and no one's really seen the
Let's
picture.
talk about the
all
wins.
these improvements going
There
on.
are
Yeah.
so many. And when you talk
Great
about the city doubling, and we've doubled since we've both been here, right? And it's also doubled in revenues, and it's or quadrupled in revenues, and we've doubled in impactful projects to the community. It's just, I think we're always focused on what's wrong instead of all the things that are right, and maybe we could help the community see, like, gosh, we've been busy. Let's keep going. This is amazing, and even if it's not for them, if it's just for the people in the room to remember
it's a great
why
reminder for
we're
us.
doing
Exactly,
this,
absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Like why we got in the first place. So
Well, and there's so
Open
many
space
new
acquisition.
there's so many new residents, right? The town's doubled in 8 years, and
they don't know.
part of
They don't
those
even know.
folks have only seen part of the evolution. So I think kind of giving that broader historical, hey, this is where we're going, right? And it's not always pretty, but I think we're doing a great job. I think the town's doing an amazing job of trying to scale this town for what's potential future growth without stomping out the identity of the town. I think it's fantastic. So I think it's a great idea.
That's a great way to put that.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Trustee Ayers?
Great. Yeah, so Port had a nice long meeting the other day. They officially recommended a couple things. First of all, that the Arboretum remain top priority and that get underway and move forward as quickly as possible. That was based on some comments that were made from either board members or from the public. So that is definitely their top priority. The second recommendation that they officially made was to move forward with the pool, et cetera, at Richardson. They had some very specific wants for whatever design were to move forward with that, and I can get into the details of that at a future meeting. 24th, is that right, Administrator Kirk?
For the design, for the design contract, yeah.
Okay. I guess main things, they just wanted to make sure that whatever got designed at Richardson had the specific amenities that everyone is wanting at the possible Wagner pool as well. So 8 lanes, 0 entry, deep end diving board, that sort of community pool aspect. And there was a lot of discussion about either a pool at Wagner or Richardson. Once again, I can go into the details of that when we have the specific meeting, but there was pretty significant conversation about the benefits and negatives of each site. And I had copious notes, and I sent everyone an informational email about the minutes, which were wonderfully done. So they're probably more detailed than the notes I took, but it just is what it is. What was the other thing? The other consensus in the meeting, they didn't make an official recommendation, but just to make sure, as some of these larger projects either move forward or not, as when they get presented in front of us, just make sure that we don't lose sight of the things that are already in the pipeline. For instance, Jiskowski, Newell, land acquisition and that sort of thing, just to make sure that with all of the sort of new fancy projects that are presented in front of us, that we keep going, making sure we're taking care of the things that have already been in the pipeline or that have already been built, make sure that they're not being overseen or overlooked, sorry. That they are being overseen but not overlooked.
All right. Thank you. Trustee Brody.
I don't have anything on that level. The only thing I would have to report on is there was great staff attendance and board trustee attendance at the Habitat Hoedown, and just community in general. The event grew significantly again over this year, so like the heart for affordable housing is alive and well and birthed, and it was super cool to see everybody participate. I think everybody had a great time.
Tiffany did a great job on that.
Thank you. Awesome.
For the record, I think line dancing would be a really fun board activity and stuff. That was really fun.
That was really fun. Trustee Hardy. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jet lag's okay.
Give us your European report.
No. Meet me for that someplace else. Earth and Main Street's formed a board. We've got 9 members on our board.
Trustee Hardy, would you do me a favor and pull your mic up?
Forgot about these.
Just so that we have that for future generations.
Double whopper.
Thank you.
But yeah, Bertha Main Street's got a full board now. We've got a board of 9, collaboratively with the Downtown Business Collaboration. We're moving along forward with a lot of events. We're meeting with Chamber. We're meeting with town staff about Very Merry Bertha, parade, Small Business Saturday, all sorts of things coming up in the next 2 months. Bertha Main Street's main focus right now is to get our status of acceptance with the Main Street program and also our 2026 calendar. So be looking more for activity from all that. But it's a very lively group, very energetic, and very wanting to do a lot for the next coming years.
Trustee Wayne.
Yeah. I had a ton of yard waste, and I took it. I have a pickup, and I took it to Longmont, and it was just so user friendly. I mean, essentially, they take anything. I went to Longmont. I know the big landfill also out there. I've taken stuff there before, but this was just really quick down to Longmont. You pull in, unload your stuff, and I don't know what they do with it, but I'm just saying, it didn't seem that complex for something to us to do, and we have land all around, and I think it could be a profit center. So I would just ask, can we look at what that would entail? And we don't have to take metal and steel, but just yard waste, and it's compost. So anyhow, I don't need an answer now, but you would at least just check that out.
Find a way to collaborate with them or something.
With who?
With their organization. Look at a dump station here that can go down there.
Whatever. I'm just saying, I think it's low-hanging fruit. We could do it pretty easily, and I think it would get a ton of use, and I think it would be a profit center for us, or at least break even.
Because we used to have a really nice transfer station out east of town. And
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the county had it.
With the landfill.
We did look at operating that transfer station when the county chose to close it, and we just felt like there's some economies of scale, right? I mean, just to, like, as a simple example, to have one employee that manages that,
right.
The transfer station, like if that employee calls in sick and we don't have another one, we're in trouble. The county was able to do it because they could relocate, personnel and resources from much larger facilities around the county. So there's some unique challenges why we didn't continue that effort, but we could definitely look at it from.
I think the residents would love it. So if it can't happen, it can't happen.
We do a collection day in April.
I saw that in your budget, actually. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, we do a cleanup. Actually, we do a cleanup day twice a year now, right? Oh, just once. Sorry. We talked about doing twice a year, but we issue vouchers, basically, so you can take a full load of really anything up to the dump. There's some restricted,
When
like you
say
can't
the
take
dump,
paint
are
or
you
whatever.
talking the
To the
landfill?
Larimer County landfill,
Yeah.
and the town covers the expense once a year for anybody that wants to come get a voucher.
Did we hear from somebody? They were from the head of the county that they're like almost wrapping that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Anyhow,
They will still
consider
operate
it-
a transfer station there, so you won't necessarily have to drive all the way to Wellington to go to landfill, but it'll be a little less.
If the answer is no,
available.
then the answer is no. But if you at
I,
least
I would be in a huge favor of having more information about that because, I mean, when you just think about how much yard waste goes to a landfill, it's crazy. I think Bertha could justify having some more, especially if we're a tree city, right? We have a lot of leaves and a lot of trees that fall down and, even yard trimmings and stuff like that. It'd be nice if there was somewhere to take that. That's not the landfill in Larimer County.
And,
so
and there may
I'd
be
in
some
favor.
easy ways to do that with our neighboring jurisdictions that might be less expensive than operating that too. So,
Oh, I think
like,
I think
like
it's worthwhile.
you can take
Also
you can
biased as
take
an
it.
Old Town person, so I have big trees, but
Yeah.
I think it benefits everybody.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
you can currently take yard waste to Loveland's recycling center for a small fee for a non-resident.
Half
You
the
can-
time they don't even look.
I took
I don't think it's very convenient.
I took
personally.
stuff up there
They
last
love it.
week and they didn't ask. They just told me to go in, so I didn't say, "Hey, do I need to pay a fee?" He just said, "Go ahead, your pile."
By the way,
so
it's free if you live in Longmont.
yeah.
Second thing, did we ever have a discussion on lights for the pickleball courts? I mean, it gets dark at 5 now. I thought for some reason I thought that was on the radar.
We have there's conduit underground. We just didn't install the lights because the lights are a couple $100,000, and so we did not do that as part of the original.
Any thoughts on that
construction.
from
The
anyone?
posts are up, or the base.
Yeah.
The bases
Yeah,
are there.
yeah.
Yeah, it's literally just setting the lights, but the lights, because they're sport court lights, the lighting is a little bit different. The way that it shines, the way that it spreads to the court, they are much more expensive than like a regular
So
parking
again,
lot
maybe
light.
we don't save it here, but maybe we can bring it back, and if the vote,
Sure.
if the board says no, then they say no. If they say yeah, since we did the pre-work, I would just ask that we at least take a look at. The other thing is, I noticed tonight on my way here. So today, in neighborhoods, right, all your mailboxes are together, right? You don't have your own mailbox, and I noticed there's no light for when people pick up their mail, so it's pitch black. And I was just wondering if is it zoning or anything to have any kind of street light over those groups of mailboxes?
Yeah, it's really up to the developer
Okay.
to propose that.
Okay.
We don't currently have a standard where we mandate a location or
For any lighting?
or a construction standard. It's a reasonable question to ask. There are, like I know in my old neighborhood in town, there was a street light right next to the mailbox. So
It makes sense, right?
Yeah,
Anyhow,
it does
just-
make sense.
I just noticed it tonight, and
Also,
I've
like-
experienced myself. So that's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nope.
All right. While we're on mailboxes, real quick, only because you brought this up, but our new trail has this with the light, the blinky light, or the is this the North Berthoud Parkway Trail. So now it has that mailbox still there from when it was. I think the landowner must have walked all the way. You'll just have to drive by. You'll see a random mailbox there, and I don't know. Are we keeping that around, or is that?
I'll be
legally-
honest, I do not know what you're referring to, so I'll have to go check it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Might have been
Good
no one-
question.
no
Good
one-
question. I don't know.
That might be what's still there. No one
Yeah.
knows. Too. Okay. For the North Front Range, they have a new executive director, Elizabeth Relford. She was previously with Weld County. I really trust her and like her. So I think we picked a good one. And she has lives in Greeley, so had a lot of local experience. Front Range Passenger Rail. At the last meeting, I let you guys know that Chrissy Bright was leaving. So they did just hire Sal Pace, who was formerly on the board of directors. So now he's the general manager. And Sal was also formerly a state representative, state senator. So let's see here. Along with that, our two current passenger rail representatives from Loveland and Fort Collins both had kind of surprising upset losses that they didn't plan for. So we need two new people on the Front Range Passenger Rail. So going back in there, I don't know. We'll see.
We need two from Berthoud, though?
No, two from Lambert County.
Okay.
That are on that board. So it'd either be a Berthoud rep or the new Loveland or Longmont rep.
Maybe two from.
Administrator Kirkseyville, I just extended that as of today. There were 14 of 21 responses. So I asked to go another week. So it'll close next Monday at 5 p.m. and I'll send up a follow-up. I think there's still 3 remaining trustees to fill out that out and some staff too. So I'll send out a reminder. Going to the Thursday CML training on Policy Council from 12 to 1 p.m. And this is kind of a training on how their Policy Council works. I didn't get involved before in the CML Policy Council, but this is a chance for all the all the municipalities to come together and kind of list their priorities they'd like to see for the state legislature. And if there's any commonality, then CML ends up taking those things up and making it their own kind of stances. So I just decided to sign up just so I can understand that more. Hopefully I can join in. Habitat Hoedown was fantastic, so I'm glad you brought that up. I had a great time. With House of Neighborly Service, there's some trouble, I guess, getting clarity on the ownership or the previous resolution that was ordinance that we passed that was going to be challenged. What I'm trying to say is I talked to the Hickenlooper's office to get some help on who could give us guidance for these ARPA funds. Hickenlooper's office tried to hook us up with the IRS, and then turns out the IRS wasn't home like you predicted, that no one will be on the other end. So that went for over a week until they just finally said we contacted the Colorado State Controller, and they may be able to assist. And then I haven't followed up ever since that kind of just said like that's not going to be a need anyways.
I don't think it'll be an issue. I think in the conversations we've had with H&S, I think that the purchase option idea is basically gone at this point. The response from the state wasn't really relevant to what we were asking. I think they were confused about what their email back to us basically said, well, if you haven't obligated the funds, you might still be able to. And it was like, no, we've already spent the money. We already obligated the funds. We already submitted our reporting. We were talking about selling property we bought with it. I think they've misunderstood the request.
Okay.
And in fairness, I have not
this.
responded to their email yet.
Okay.
So
I'll just great. Just wanted to update the board. And then I'll turn it over. That's all I have. I'll turn it over to
One thing you said on the review, you said 3 people didn't do it. Could you tell us when you send out who hasn't? Because I'm wondering if everyone thinks they have. I don't know that.
I don't know the names, but I can get them if I need
think
to
that might
file
just
them.
I'll
help.
raise my hand. I finished mine tonight. I had 3 questions left and I got distracted. So
Okay.
mine is done.
I'll have to admit,
I haven't done it
Okay,
yet.
there we go. Everybody's just in line. You had to call us out, but I was like, I don't know the name. I could ask if we need to.
No, if you got it, that's good.
That's all I have. But yeah, I'd like to turn it over to Attorney Smith before staff.
Thank you, Mayor. It's with a great amount of, an immense amount of gratitude that I thank this board for the opportunity and the privilege to have served this board, to have had the opportunity to work with Administrator Kirk and this incredible staff in the town of Berthoud. And I want to let you know that I am retiring from the practice of law. I spent some time with my husband on the long trip that we took. He's a bit older than I am, and we have made, that decision that everybody gets to make at one point, that they're ready for retirement, and we are. So I have been talking to Mayor Karspeck and Administrator Kirk about the next steps in the process for procuring and retaining new legal counsel, and I will certainly be working with Chris to do that. I am looking at tentatively January 1st as sort of the official date, but it's not set in stone, as I've told Administrator Kirk. And I am most interested in being able to make sure that we have a transition to new council that serves the town well. There are many great, incredible municipal attorneys out there, and those who do this and have done this for a long time will make the transition extremely seamless, because I do what they do what I do. We know each other. We do things very similarly. So I am confident that we will be able to find a good new council for this incredible town and this incredible staff. And again, thank you.
You wouldn't reconsider on the part-time small town gig, would you?
That's like a retired annuitant, isn't that the?
It's one of those things where, as general counsel to, I think, the town of Berthoud, there's probably nothing small town about it. There's a lot really interesting work, really great projects. And just as was mentioned here tonight, never complacent, always moving forward. So I think you're just going to be well served by that new council.
You've done an amazing job.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. We're
Thank
sad
you.
to
2-4 meetings, so.
see you go, but man, thank you so much. Congrats on deciding that big life change.
I'm moving to Berthoud, right?
That's right. Yeah.
You gave us a long leash, not quite up to hang ourselves. But you let us,
Well, Aaron, I just want to personally thank you, because I don't feel like I would know as much as I know today if you weren't in the seat that you're in. Like, you have helped educate us and refine us and give us tools that we didn't have before. And so a lot of the accomplishments we've had in the last 10 years lend themselves to your counsel. So thank you so much for increasing our professionalism and making us better, stewards of how we operate our meetings. And I'm just super grateful for you. We're going to miss you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Still got you for a couple more meetings.
You do.
Getting something controversial on there just so you have.
That's right. Yeah.
Leave town.
See if we can have a real long one. Just,
staff, Administrator Kirk.
just a couple of things just that might be of interest to you. We've been having some conversations with the NOCO Foundation about a possible community grant program. So I was hoping to get to bring that to you tonight as part of the budget. We're still working out some details, but to replace some of the support effort that we have that we've extended in the past to groups like VFW and a little help, but through a nice structured grant program that we don't currently have. So we'll bring an idea to you hopefully in the next couple of meetings to be able to get your feedback and see if that's something you wanted to support. We did. I had a chance to meet with other managers in the region. The Timnath town manager had done some kind of like a sister city kind of thing with a city manager in New Zealand, and we had a chance to meet with him last week. It was really fascinating to hear how different it is in New Zealand and the way that their government's structured, but also how many things are so similar, even on the other side of the world. That was kind of fun. But as part of that conversation, we also talked about Citizens Academy, that New Zealand city manager was very interested in what Timnath and Windsor do, and I was unaware of what Timnath and Windsor do, so it was kind of fun to hear about the programs that they operate, and they're semi-annual, a couple times a year. They do 6 to 8 weeks of kind of coursework for interested citizens, 20 people at a time. Their cohorts have been full every time, and they have kind of a waiting list, and people have really enjoyed it, where they do tours of facilities, they meet with department staff, they learn how the town operates. So I'm going to be meeting with them in the next month to kind of learn more about their.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, great way to introduce people to how we do what we do, to maybe build some ambassadors to learn about what we do, but
Future
also
board
to
members, too.
create future well-educated citizens who might want to run for office. So
committee.
it's a neat idea and something we're going to be exploring over the next few months. But just wanted to let you know that was a kind of a great outcome of that.
I just want to thank you for that idea, Chris, because that, I think, creating ambassadors in our community who understand what's going on helps alleviate the pressure from this room of having to educate every citizen on how everything works, right? But if they understand and they're empowered with that information, they can help their neighbors and, those around them as well. And so thank you so much. The person who put on the Citizen Academy for Larimer County Sheriff's Office did an amazing job with that. And so they have a really great model as well. And it really helps people that, even the people that are frustrated, come in and experience firsthand how everything operates. And so thank you for letting citizens maybe have that, sneak peek into the operations and realizing that everything is maybe not as scary as it sounds like on Facebook every day. So thank you.
That would be a great outcome.
Yeah.
So just those couple little things, and again, appreciate you guys sticking with us tonight. Appreciate staff who stuck with us through that budget conversation.
That is it?
That's it from me
Great,
tonight.
thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, well, we have 2 executive session items here. I think we can do them in one motion, is that correct? Move into executive session?
Yes, you can.
Is there anyone who'd like to read this out? I don't know if it's on there. If not, I can do it.
I'll do it.
You got it?
Pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402-4B, for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions, the following details are provided: potential litigation and request for reconsideration of prior land use approvals.
Perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Ayers has moved. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, thank you. I'll meet in the back there in like 5 minutes.